You gotta find your people, the ones that make you feel alright, the kind you wanna stay up with all night. You gotta find your people, the ones that make you feel whole. They won't leave your side when you lose control. The ones that don't let you lose your soul. You gotta find your people, the ones that get the joke, who understand what you're saying before a word is spoke. You gotta find your people that put the needle in the groove. When you're together, you got nothing to prove. When you're together, you got nothing to lose. In a world full of strangers, you don't know who to trust. All you see is danger, trying to find what you lost. You can't go it alone, everybody needs help. You gotta find your people, then you'll find yourself. You gotta find your people that'll call your bluff, who ride along when the road is rough. You gotta find your people, the ones that make you feel equal. They pick you up and don't put you down, help you find your way in the lost and found. In a world full of strangers, you don't know who to trust. All you see is danger, trying to find what you lost. You can't go it alone, everybody needs help. You gotta find your people, then you find yourself. The ones that understand you, the ones that lend a hand to you, the ones that don't demand anything from you. You gotta find your people, the ones that make you feel alright, that tell you the truth and wish you well. You gotta find your people, then you'll find yourself. You gotta find your people, then you'll find yourself.
Hello, everyone. Welcome in. It is nice to see you all.
Hi, everyone. Hello, hey. There's some funny stuff coming up. I can't wait.
She thinks she thinks she knows what I'm going to do already.
I know something.
Go ahead, Irene. Hi, Sandy. Go ahead. Hello.
One second. Whoops. Okay. So, hello, Alicia Biso, Destination, Nation, New York, Hope 33, JC Ray, Lollipop Guild, Mary Tackett, Muppets and Monroe, Nancy M, Nightmare, Octobot, Pussycat, Sandy Law, Valerie Curto. And I think I got everyone. And if I miss anyone, yell at me in there, and I'll call you out. Good, like, hi.
So how is everyone doing this Friday night?
Yip, 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 yip. Like knitting zippers. Yip, yip, yip,
I was
yip.
yipping the other day.
Yip, yip, yip.
I was on the phone doing yip, 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 yip. Yeah.
Yes,
yip,
we can all
Are
yip,
you
yip,
giving
yip,
them? Are you giving them that middle finger salute over here, guys? Yeah, that's what they.
Oh, yeah, we got to do the unicorn salute, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's for you, Merv, and any flying monkey that flew in with you.
Uh-huh.
Merv,
That's kind of like saying,
a.k.a.
let's see, where we go here.
Carlos.
Present, screen share, my window for the
Monkey.
day. There we go.
There you go. There's plenty for you. For you
Like
and all
I
your
said,
monkeys, Merv.
my window for today.
Oh, isn't that lovely?
I know. My work here is done when somebody calls me up. Yeah.
And look how sweet you are. You tell him.
Ah.
Yip, 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 yip. We're going to all yip, 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 yip tonight. And we're going to have fun doing it. Oh, and yes, hit the thumbs up, and thank you so
Let me
much.
see what's first up on my list. I gotta see. I gotta look at my thumbnail. Who brought their sass and who brought their glass?
I bought my sass, my glass, and my ass.
Okay.
Hey, Kathy from Texas. Hello.
Hi, Kathy. Hi, Lollipop. Hi, Alicia, Sandy, JC Ray, Mary Hildebrandt. Did you get to see your rabbit tonight? Hi, Muppets. Lollipop Guild. Valerie, Nancy M, Destination, JC Ray, Nightmare. Nice. We got Canada in the house. Whoop, whoop.
Woohoo. Yip, 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 yip.
Alicia, we got Australia in the house.
Woo, woo. Yip, 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 yip. Oh, and Mary Hildebrandt. Hello.
Pussycat. If y'all can't guess, I'm going back to it real quick.
I'm
y'all
Kathy
know
from
who.
Texas. Hello. An 80s girl. Hello.
So, hey, Lollipop says she definitely brought her glass. Hey, did you all get to see that?
Bring your glass, your ass, and your sass.
There not any more clothes in there?
No?
I'm missing my sheet.
Hold on a minute. Turn the light on.
It's like that little thing on the thumbnail. And you just bring your ass for just to be able to sit down. That's all. Nothing funky going on here. Nothing freaky like over there. We're just gonna use it to sit on it. Just sit. Oh, Davida. Hey, Davida. And Hope. There's Davida. The lovely Davida Lane.
I think that's everything.
And look, Davida flew in on her beautiful carrot.
The ladies in chat.
Oh, I can hear you.
Yeah.
I love those carrots and decorations.
Mary loves your voice because she thinks it's so deep.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's a kid, Mary. Forget it. It's too young. I don't leave home without my ass. Me either, Lollipop Guild. Wherever I go, there it is. Always following me. Right? My ass is always following me. Nothing I can do about it. Wendy L. Can we spend the next 4 nights talking about a friend who duped us and how our fees are hurt?
Oh, yeah, we can.
Only if that friend is from at least 5 years ago.
Yeah.
You know?
We can. Well, of course, we can also talk about a jackass that was supposed to be true crime and digging into all of these, cases to see if they could help, maybe solve some or see something that wasn't right, And,
no, nothing useful. Nothing useful from over there.
that is supposed to be so
Hey, Debbie
intelligent,
Johnson.
you know, they got duped. You know,
Yes, Irene in the polka dot
so
bikini. That's what Davida calls me.
yeah, I've
Or
seen
Davida.
that. And you know what? This is the most I've seen of that woman in 5 years.
And that's too much.
You know, and I was actually in the chat when this shit was happening, and you never
Not
seen
me,
that much
single
J-Bells
time.
in 5 years.
Well, shows you how she hides stuff.
I guess it depends on what room you were in, if you were allowed.
Well, I never seen it, and I came afterwards, and thank God. Snooze fest, my goodness. 5-year-old. And you notice how she filed it after Scamanda story? And
Oh,
now
wait a minute.
suddenly,
We gotta. Hold on,
yes,
hold on.
W is FBI. 80s girl, it's my birthday. I'm
I
already
know,
in
I'm
bed after
trying to get the window
celebrating.
up.
But 80s
I'm
girl, it's my
trying.
birthday. I'm already in bed after celebrating with my adult kitties all day. Happy birthday, 80s girl. Happy birthday to you. I don't sing, so that's it. But happy birthday. Hope you had a wonderful day. That's nice. Celebrating with your family. Beautiful. Beautiful. Did you hear that? That was 80s girl's birthday today. Oh, she needs some cowboys. Nancy, in my honest opinion, Murr wanted all that J-Bells had because, let's see, whoops. She lost.
Kick your pretty feet
Oops,
up on my
gotta wait.
dash. No need to go nowhere.
Hey, wait a minute. That's the wrong one.
The perpetual victim. Oof, you got that right.
Come on.
Money signs. Yes, Nancy. Yes, destined. It's all about that money. That money. Happy birthday to 80s girl. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Now it does it. Yeah.
Yeah, J-Bell is a fake. I think the only way Merv's going to end up in a documentary is as the criminal. Or the stupid one. Something like that, in my opinion, allegedly. It's going to be about her, but not in the way she wants it. Yay.
Cowboy. The horse. Even though this one over here in the corner ain't a cowboy, he's got sneakers on.
I don't think they care. Woohoo! Happy birthday, 80s girl.
Yes.
Dun, da, da,
Happy
da. Hi,
birthday.
Calamity.
Calamity. Hi, 80s girl. Hi, Mary.
J Bells was like a badly written soap opera. You got that
Mhm.
right, Sandy Law. I don't even believe it. 80s girl is like nom 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 with those cowboys. That's it.
Oh, there's Red. They're popping in. Hey, Davita.
Yes, and red.
We're all sending
Hello.
some love and hugs out to
There are.
California.
But boy, have we got something funny. I wonder when Florida's going to release that hilarious moment. Yip, 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 yip. Oh, look at all the wishes for 80s girl. That's sweet. You deserve it.
Mm-hmm. So,
Hey, Lori C.
hi, Lori
I think I
C.
said Lori C, but I
Did
like to
J-Bell
make
supposedly
sure.
have a New York apartment? Yes, she did. Well, you know, that
Hi,
whole
Tonda
J-Bell
M.
thing, that whole J-Bell's thing is a running joke in her community, to be honest. I mean, people got scammed out of money. And, she's made a video telling everybody that they didn't let me grieve. They didn't let me grieve. You know what? There's no they in it. There was no they there. They is Carolyn and J Bells behind the scenes, spending 12 and 15 hours a day on the computer
That's
and on
it.
phone. There is no they.
And,
It is
and if you're
them.
grieving, why are you doing it? Nobody's making you do anything. That's your
Okay?
choice. Such
So
BS.
nobody
You
else
chose it, Merb.
nobody else in that chat had nothing to do with that.
That's it. You made a choice. You did it, Merb. So don't cry about it.
Yeah, I mean, it
Oh,
was like
80s
this
girl.
neon
You're
sign
so
going
welcome.
beep, beep, beep.
Yeah. 80s girl saying you all make it the perfect ending. Thank you. So sweet. You're so welcome. And Tonda M,
You know,
right? Bullshit, exactly. Bullshit with Merb and that J Bells. Because you did it right after doing that Scamanda story. Now suddenly she's got the biggest YouTube scam. Yeah, you are the biggest YouTube scam, Merb. It's you. Not J Bells BS, it's you. She wants to move from J Bells. I don't know. Right, Valerie? She thinks she's going to get a documentary or a book. I think
she made
that
big
she
money.
will. Yeah, if she gets a documentary, it will not be the kind that she wants. It'll be about her and not in a good way. Nancy says there's a fool born every day. Yep, Merv is proof of that. Free balls. Well, don't she only
I
like
mean,
Sandra's balls and her father's balls? So she's picky
I
about
mean,
the
none of it
balls.
made
Just
me sense.
saying.
I mean, none of it made me sense, to be honest with you.
No.
It just didn't sound right. But like I said, it wasn't nobody in chat. No matter what she sets over that, half the people in there didn't know until Merv had already been talking to her for who knows how long, you know, and
Right?
she can't seem to get past the point of she was conned. I think she was, you know what? I'm not going to say she was part of it, but I think built up.
In
She
my
built
opinion, I
a
do
story around it.
suspect it.
She built a big story around, is what I think.
I suspect that if it wasn't that, I think it became that, in my opinion. Because who lets a stranger in your house to spend the night with your little children there? That's not healthy. That's not even smart. They're just plain old stupid. Hey, Beth.
Hi, Beth. No one.
We have pork chops and applesauce. Right, red, wash, rinse, repeat. She is a clown.
She says she's gonna.
Clown.
She says she's gonna do that thing every few months, so she can warn
The monkey
people.
stuff.
Okay, so she can warn people on YouTube about the
Please
scam.
warn them about yourself, Merv.
Okay? And she sits over there and tells me that I'm trying to be a savior. I ain't trying to be a savior to no one. I am just warning people of this scamming, conniving, long con that woman's playing. She plays both the short con and the long con.
Yes, she does.
Okay? She plays both.
Come on, bringing that stranger. Who would bring a stranger around your little kids? Not me. Not anybody who gives a damn about their kids.
You know, and
Catfishing.
you
Yep,
can tell
now.
you can always with her you can tell it's money. It is
Nancy
money.
says, love on her, my boys. She's got money. That's it. Dollar signs. Ka-ching, ka-ching.
Hey, Red.
Oh, Red, we're so glad to have you.
You know, it was a condo or an apartment in New York, and it was, no family, and she was going to get everything J Bells had, and it was all for what she was going to get.
That's it. It wasn't for the kindness of her heart. That's for darn sure. And Mary Hildebrand says, and she plays, I'm so scared. But bring a person around your kids, Merv.
That's like saying, hey, Scooter, Margot, Sharon, Evie, why don't you come to my lake house and spend 2 weeks? It's already paid for, so why don't you just come up here and spend, you know what, she's already spent 3 years with them people. Okay?
Yeah, how come they're not there?
At least she's been around these people. But she invites somebody from across the pond that she has supposedly never met, okay, to be in a house with your children, okay?
Yeah, that wouldn't happen. That's crazy.
All this, why? Why don't you invite your supposed real friends up there to your lake house?
Exactly. Look at Destination New York says, literally told her community that people were actually jealous because they wanted that tragedy and they wanted to be a victim. No, Merv, that's your freaking bizarre dream. That's not other people's. Nobody wants to be a victim, Merv. Only you. Only you. And Calamity says, I think Merv was wanting a real girlfriend. Wink, wink. I swear, Calamity, I tell that to Florida. Don't I, Flora?
Yeah.
I think that too.
No, Kathy, nobody ever got their money back. Not that I know of. But see, when that crap started coming in, I kind of would fade her out in the background because it sounded nuts, to be honest.
It is nuts.
It just sounded.
And you bring up a good point. Why not invite your friends that you know? How come they've never been there?
The bad part is like I said, she supposedly, she's had 3 vacations with people for 3 years. You got supposedly a nice private lake. You got the canoes. You got this house that'll hold at least 6 people.
Don't bring your friends. Bring a stranger.
Why don't they all come to New York? Why don't they all come to New York?
Don't you all invite strangers to sleep over by your little kids? Isn't that the normal thing to do?
Why not?
Maybe if you escape the nut house, it might be.
Well, J.C. Ray, she said they didn't, but the UK people said Merv never sent the proof. Okay? Like I said, the UK people said Merv never sent the proof to them to follow through with it because J Bell was in the UK. So, in my opinion, I think I would honestly believe them before I would her.
Me too. 'Cause we
Okay.
know Merv's a liar, liar, liar. She was giddy, letting everyone on the channel know that J Bells was at that house, said Lollipop Guild.
But
Yes,
see,
yes.
she also thought that she was going to get an in because he was some behavioral analyst with Watts. You know, I mean, I don't, I know you guys are not all, you're not foolish, but
No.
if you meet somebody on the internet and they're going to sit here and start telling you after, like I said, I don't know how long she talked to that woman. Good night, 80s girl. Sleep well. Hope you
Oh,
enjoyed
sweet
your
dreams, 80
birthday.
girl, 80s girl. I'm so glad you had a wonderful birthday. Oh, Rabid Dog came in.
Rabbit.
Hi, Rabid. You want to come up?
Where's ours? Let's see if we can get Rabbit up here on the panel.
Boo, 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 doo. Oh, Rabid's voice is going to be like, there's the link, Rabid.
Mary's going to love him.
Come on up. We dropped the link
Come on
for
up,
you.
Rabbit.
I'm telling you, Rabid, you can make a lot of money with that voice.
You could
'Cause your
read
voice
books
is
every
nice
night,
and
and people
steady.
would become members.
What?
I said he could read books every night, and people they'd be standing in line becoming members in his chat.
Oh my gosh, you got that right. Yeah, she dropped the link for you, Rabid. So come on up. I know his voice is nice and steady. It doesn't go up and down. So it's very calming. Sandy Law, simmer down, ladies, you'll scare him away. Nah, Rabbit's tougher than that. Why, oh why is Carolyn and company finding the family of J Bell's family? Why is it she is leading the investigation? I know, 80s girl, she doesn't make sense, does she? Uh-oh, I hope we didn't scare off Rabbit.
I hope not.
No, he is tough. He's here.
Oh, 80 says, no, you got me out of bed for this. She wants to hear Rabbit.
Come on up, Rabbit. We dropped the link. Your voice is in demand, always. That's what I said. You can make a lot of money with that voice. If you read a story, people would pay you. Who changed her name, Valerie?
But, you know, like I said, I mean, to me, it just, when she first started talking about it, you know, it just seemed funky. But, you know, she thinks she's going to get her a docu-series or she's going to get something. There we go.
That's what she keeps thinking.
Hi, Rabbit.
Our book. Hi, Rabbit. So good to see you. So glad you are well.
Yeah, you too. It's been a while, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why we were glad that you had that live. I was like, oh, he's okay. Wonderful.
Yeah, I was on late tonight. I'm not usually that late, or I haven't been for a long time. So it was kind of cool to
What
see
time
some.
is it?
So 2 over here.
Oh, okay. We're like a little after about 10:30 over here.
Yeah.
Oh,
So you're like
Rabbit,
4
you got
hours
him in here
ahead.
wanting cold showers and you got him back out of bed from the. Oh.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna embarrass him.
I've heard that a lot. So.
Well, you do have a nice voice. I love your voice because it doesn't go up and down, so it's very calming.
Yeah, rather
Very
monotone.
relaxing. No, not monotone like boring. More like steady and calming.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because monotone, I
good.
would think, that's boring. But you're not boring. It's just nice and relaxing.
You're too kind.
Ladies, don't you think he would
No,
be
it's true.
great for therapeutic sleeping if he would just read us
Yes.
bedtime stories?
Yeah, it's because his voice isn't all over the place.
Yeah, I'm clearly in the wrong line of work.
Mhm.
I tell you what,
I'm telling you, Rabbit, you'd make some money reading stories. No kidding.
well, if someone wants to write a book about MRB, then everyone's got their price. I'll narrate it for you.
Valerie said she'll be the first in line.
Oh,
My
you
gosh.
It's
Merv
funny to
wants a
hear
book.
about
Maybe we
J-Bell's
should make a book.
What's that?
Merv wants a book. Maybe we should give her one, but it ain't gonna be the one she wanted.
Yeah, see, I feel a little bad coming up here because I'm way out the loop as it regards MRB. So
Rabbit, you
Don't
ain't
worry
missed
about
nothing
it.
besides her delays and denials.
I'm not going to be much use.
That's what she's been using, delays and denials.
Yeah. And you know what? We just fly by the seat of our pants sometimes, and it's all good. So don't worry about it, Rabbit.
That's the best way.
They're like swooning just hearing you. That's so funny. Poor guy. Don't make him embarrassed.
That's right, Davida. When you've got it, you've got it.
There you
Gotta
go.
flaunt
And
it.
you got it.
I
But
mean,
yeah,
the
Merv
last
is up to her J-Bell story. Can you believe it? 5 years old, and she's going over the whole thing.
Really?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the new take on it? I mean, how can she do that again? I don't get it. I mean, I
I don't
remember the
know.
whole J-Bell thing well.
Well, why didn't you say like she's showing things she didn't show before?
Oh,
So she
really?
thinks it's something new. But
Ah,
it's
so
the
it's got
same
exclusive
boring
news.
story.
Well, it's not new. I'm going to say it's not new. It's just she's
Clips that
showing
you didn't
more
see before.
video and more pictures of J-Bell than she actually has to anyone so far that wasn't in
Right.
her little flick.
But it's so
You know?
boring. And she's boring when she talks. Now she's monotone. You're not monotone. No.
Yeah, she's running ship with new people that's not even new people over there. She hasn't got new people.
Unless you consider the nightbot she creates every night.
Yeah, I
Nightbot's
mean,
like your best friend.
it's kind of crazy to see her numbers now. If you think back to at the height of the whole Chris Watts thing and the kind of numbers that she was getting, that's got to be hard to keep going, right? You know, like
Mm-hmm.
if you're struggling like that for so long. You know, I mean,
But she doesn't do anything to build her channel.
yeah.
Well, she's trying to make herself out to be the victim again.
What was that?
She's trying to make herself out to be the victim again.
Yeah, that's her stick, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if it ain't the victim, it's sympathy. You know.
Well, it's like, let me see. Who said it? Destination New York said, the whole series is supposed to show how she helps people, and all she got was a lie, you know. So basically, oh, she helps people, and now look what happened to me. Hey, Snow Lion, so good to see you, doll.
He's
How
not.
are you? Yes, professional victim. You got that right. You know what? She's not a victim. She's a victimizer. She makes victims. The only investigation she ever does is into people and their backgrounds.
So, Rabbit, what has kept
But with
you away from us for so long?
Say that again, Florida.
I said, what has kept you away from us for so long?
So it's like I do this from time to time on YouTube. I kind of go in and out of being interested in true crime, and that's kind of obviously what I cover, right? And I need a break from true crime every now and again. And if I don't have much to say, then there's not much point, right? And I've been kind of busy with other stuff anyway. So it's been about what 6 months. So I'm kind of now getting back into the whole true crime thing and catching up on the infamous Sarah Boone. So that's got me back on.
Mary
it's-
says you don't,
Well, that's good.
Mary says you don't love
Nothing
us.
wrong with taking a break.
What was that?
Mary says you don't love us.
Of course I do.
Oh my God.
Of course I do.
He's a sweetie. He loves everybody. He's a good guy.
So
Too funny.
Love every one of
Merv
you.
is just, you know.
what do you? So what do
Hear
you
that?
think?
He loves every one of us. Woohoo.
I
Did
know
you feel
you're going to be
special?
putting out a Sarah Boone. I know you're going to be putting out a Sarah Boone one.
Yeah. Well, believe it or not, I've not actually even watched the whole trial yet. So I'm kind of
Uh-huh.
editing the trial down as I'm watching it. So, but I've heard from people that have watched it closely, and I know what's coming, and even just the fact that she defended herself the way she did kind of says it all for me in regards to her character. So I'm going to be walking back, obviously, what I was arguing for, I think, so.
Well, that'll be interesting because you'll
I
put
was
your
wondering if
perspective
you
on
were
it.
going to,
Oh, yeah.
especially the way that she feels no empathy for him
No.
being gone and it being in
No.
her hand.
Yeah, I mean, Sarah was describing her earlier as a sociopath, and I think she truly is a sociopath. It's the only way to kind of fathom after 5-6 years to think
Right?
about.
And of being sober.
Yeah, it's the
Still
only
feel
explanation.
nothing.
It kind of feels
And
like
she
she
lives
gambled her
with-
life to try and kind of win the prize of saving her character and being the quintessential victim, the poor victim,
Well, but that's the joke on her. She has no character.
Yeah, well, she's proven that.
Well,
Yep.
I mean, I know you haven't seen it all. Well, Lollipop says she's nuts. But
Yeah.
the plea deal they gave her, if she would have taken it, and with the time she had already served, she'd be out in a couple years.
I know. It's crazy.
It is. Like, how long was she actually in jail?
Oh, I'm not too sure. I'd need to look back. I think 4 or 5 years, maybe.
Yeah, I think I think
Wow.
almost 5.
Yeah.
Just for being stubborn. That's nuts. That shows you right there there's something off.
Yeah, and the point is that, like, even if it, hypothetically, if I was to watch the trial and think that it was still the wrong charge, I just don't care anymore because of
Right.
what she's proven through her defense.
Yeah, I hear you. She's like an empty shell.
Yeah,
She's supposed to love this guy, and look what she did.
yeah.
Well, see, and what gets me is, even after going, during this trial and at the very end, she was concerned about getting her spousal support from her ex-husband.
Getting what from her ex-husband?
Her spousal support. She was getting spousal.
Ah, yeah.
You're not going to need it.
No. Yeah, she's just an enigma to me. I don't, like, I thought I had a reasonable judgment about her character with her flaws, but she's just in a different universe,
Hey, Jenny Barnes.
Said,
Hey,
believe
Jenny.
she still I couldn't believe she still wanted to get spousal support being in prison.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's crazy because what is he going to pay for her being in prison? She just wants money on her books.
That's all she wants.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's getting everything paid for, so that's just ridiculous.
Wow.
Now we're just waiting for a court date for Merv to go to court. It's going to be happening, Robin.
Yeah, you said in the summer, right?
Hopefully.
Hmm.
We won't know until we actually get the court date. Hey, you know, I have a question, a little off topic for a moment. Remember I mentioned about that case? I believe it's UK, but I'm not sure. But the way the voices sound, with the accent. But you know, on your post page, Rabbit,
Mm-hmm.
is it okay if I drop the link to that there or no? And if you say no, that's perfectly fine.
No, that's fine. Yeah,
Okay. I just didn't want to do it without asking.
that's fine.
Okay, so I'll put the link. Okay. Thank you. I don't like to do stuff without getting permission. Okay.
Yes, yeah, Tonda. She wanted honey buns. Mm-hmm.
Sarah. Oh, Sarah, you're such a honey bun. Hi, Janet. And Janet's asking, did Kevin go into the witness protection program? I don't know. I don't know that I trust that whole scenario. Because Rabbit supposedly, was it maybe up to 6 people left Merbs recently? Margot, Chris Ree, Sharon, Kevin, and God only knows who's the other 2.
Kevin.
But people swear they heard him. Someone say, hi, Kevin. Not Kevin talking, but saying hi to him. And it was also in the chat.
Hmm.
Well,
So who knows what's going
who knows
on over
for
there.
sure?
That's it. And I still don't know who the other 2 people are that are supposed to have left. Never found that out. So there's always something weird going on. She got a paywall now, Patreon no less. So she can go behind the wall and talk dirt about everybody.
For the best content.
Oh, Wendy said, yeah, they're all over at a new auction site, rough and ready too. Well, good for them. Let them stay there. I don't care.
Well, you know what, Wendy? I have no idea if they're. I have no idea. 'Cause
Right?
I don't do auctions, and I'm really. I'll tell you, I'm not going to be mean,
Right.
but
I'll be mean.
you just. But it's everyone's choice of where they go to buy their stuff, and
That's it. That's true.
I honestly have nothing to do with the auctions. Nothing. It
Yeah.
has nothing to do with this channel. I mean,
It's nothing you can control.
nope.
You don't control where people go or what they do. Oh, she said Kevin is there as well as Margot and Sharon.
Like I said, I have no idea.
Hi.
You know, and if that's well, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. I just wish sometime you
Well, that's
would
an
drop me an
interesting
email
comment.
and
Right? That's what that made me think of. That's an
I
interesting
mean, to
comment.
be honest, well, I'll just be honest with you, Kirsty. To be honest, you have not a clue exactly who I am except for what you've heard. So
That's it. And what you heard, even if you heard it, you still don't know.
so. But hey, did anybody see? I know Rabbit hasn't.
Oh
Hey,
my
Rabbit,
God,
how do
we
you
should
guys
show that.
drive
funny
over in the
part.
UK? How do you drive in the UK, Rabbit?
How do we drive in the UK on the right-hand side?
Do you
We
wear
steer on-
sunglasses?
We steer on the right-hand
And
side, drive on the
eyeglasses?
left side of the road.
Sorry.
Well, I'm just asking because I'm not sure if you intentionally try to hit potholes or how that
No.
shit works.
Yeah,
You
our
cross
roads are not
double
in good
yellow
condition.
lines.
What?
You don't run through stop signs?
Well, me personally, or just people in general over here?
No, we're just being silly because we don't do that here either.
Uh,
So we're not being serious when we ask you this. Like, you don't hit all the potholes that are in the street, every single one of them. And even though they're all across the road you're driving, you don't slip through the parking lot and go through the parking spaces instead of properly going down the lane. And when
yeah,
you turn, here
how
you
come I
go,
get
here
feeling
you
this is
go.
connected to the MRV?
Hit rabbit
Yes,
when you see the
here she
screen.
is. You're gonna die. She screws up in 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes.
It was my phone and I couldn't stay on it because I had to take some videos. So when I get back, I will put it on, just so you know. And it is 73 degrees. It's amazing. It's amazing. This morning I was freezing when I got in the car. I had to put the heated seats on and everything.
Hey, that's a stop sign. Merv, you're supposed to stop no matter what.
Oh yeah.
No rolling stops.
And it wasn't
No,
that
she
cold.
can cross the yellow double line, not turn into her
And
own lane.
now I have my jacket on, tear it off. Yeah.
Here we go. Hold on. I was like, what the hell? Is she gonna roll over?
Oh, is that the potholes?
Yeah, 1,
Yeah.
2, 3,
Some more.
4, 5.
Nah.
You're gonna hit
But look how they
everyone.
go right across the street. Right across where she's driving. And look how far ahead that she can't see that.
Oh dear.
There we go. And her video is somewhere between 40 to 50 minutes long. And once she hits those potholes, her entire video after that is
Has no
dead
sound.
silent.
Oh really?
Nothing. The camera's just upside down looking out the window.
No, we're on the floorboard looking out the sunroof.
Yeah, it's like she's a plane. She's going to take off at that angle.
I first seen that and about. I'm thinking, okay, that's going to be the next one. That is going to be the next scam or the next grift. That she needs new tires or new front end for that van before they go on vacation.
Probably.
You know, it's gonna need an alignment or something. Because
Well, after that, I swear she needs a rollover bar. Like, who loses control like that from hitting a pothole?
Yeah, she was
I
distracted.
don't know how
once
nobody
again.
pulls her over.
distracted doing what? Driving?
Well, she was on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then once it hit the pothole and the camera got turned upside down, this all happened in less than the first 2 minutes. And
Well,
the
let's just be
entire
thankful
recorded
it was.
video-
Let's just be thankful it was potholes and not like a living, breathing animal.
I know.
Yes,
Well, she's done that too. And then what? She had glasses on her head, and she's got glasses on her head, on the top of her head, while she's wearing eyeglasses.
I'm sitting here and I'm telling Irene, I said, really? She's got 6 eyes looking out, man. And
So she's
still has
complaining
no
about
thing.
being hot. It's 70 degrees and she's wearing a winter jacket. And then she's like, oh, I'm so hot. It's like, take off your coat, stupid. It's 70 degrees. She's nuts. Oh my gosh. You watch her on
I
some of her
seen that, and
lives,
I'm
you would
going,
swear.
You got
No.
to be crazy.
Yeah, in my opinion, allegedly, she's either doing drugs or she needs some, from the doctor. Allegedly, in my opinion, just saying for a friend. But she is nuts. Yeah, Jimmy hid Bambi's mom. And then when she kills it there and she's crying to Jimmy, the poor deer was so little, it was in the middle of the road. She had so much time to stop. And bam, she hits it and kills it. And then you know what Jimmy tells her? The deer was a dick. He's like, no, Jimmy, you're a dick.
Yeah,
Like,
Jimmy
what the
told her it
hell?
was. Yep, I remember that. Jimmy come on. She was on. Jimmy goes, it was the deer's fault.
Crazy.
I'm thinking,
Just
how
add
is the deer's
insult to
fault?
injury.
Right?
yeah.
The poor deer. I wish the deer could be armed when she comes by and shoot out her tires so they could be safe.
How unlucky was that deer? Of all the times it tried to cross the road, it just happened to be the one time someone from
Oh,
YouTube,
God.
who's, some might say
Oh, my God.
is a bit frantic,
That's so true.
careering down towards them. That's bad
Which
luck.
deer? Which deer? She's done it more than once.
Really? I thought it was just once.
Yeah.
Well,
She's got a
Yeah.
record?
Yes.
we know
The
of.
deer. That's why I said the deer need to be armed and shoot out her tires to save their lives. Yes, she's killed them more
We
than one.
know of at least 3 that same year. Okay,
Can you
3?
imagine 3 deer?
3.
I never
Yeah.
heard there was 3. Wow.
She
That's a
hit one in
problem.
the van. Jimmy hit one in the car, and they hit one in the rental car.
They may as well just, why the pretense? Just go out hunting.
Why? They'll have to pay for a permit.
That's true. Yeah.
This way it's free.
Can they
Oh
not
my
forge a permit?
Maybe.
She can, she can print a flat Stanley. She can print a fake deer license.
That's
Exactly.
true. I mean, I've never, a lot of people don't even hit 1 deer in their life. You know what I mean? Or maybe 1 deer in your whole lifetime, if that. But 3?
Right. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's a short list of people.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a short list. They killed 1 deer each. Oh my God.
well, somebody hit 2 because they also hit one in a rental car.
That's Merv.
So
Merv, should I say it? It's not nice, but okay, I'll say it. Merv couldn't drive
I
her
know.
finger up her ass.
I know the flat Stanley.
Never mind a car.
The flat Stanley.
I just get so mad at killing a poor deer. Did you see those flat Stanleys, Rabbit?
No.
No.
They're like paper dolls.
Oh my God.
Let me see if I can find it. But geez. And it's like she printed out a paper doll, but instead of it being a doll, if you wanted a flat Stanley, because you're not invited, you're not going on the vacation, but just send her a picture of you. She'll cut you out and she'll laminate you, all for the price of $15. And then she'll
Wow.
drag you around and stick you with a Barbie doll and take pictures of you.
Oh my God. I'm
And
scared.
So you pay,
and then lay you in
yes,
bed with her.
seriously. Yes, and lay in bed with her. So you pay $15 to get shamed.
It's a
And it's
living.
like, okay. For real, isn't that crazy? It's like, stop doing that, people. Stop giving her all this ammunition.
You're just
I know.
encouraging her.
The
I
flat
know.
Stanley was in bed with her. That was gross and disturbing.
I know. Under the covers, no less. And you're like, really? That's gross. So you pay to be, abused and shamed. Oh, just so cheap, only $15. And they paid it. A couple of them paid it.
Like I said, I don't understand why don't you just invite him up to New York to your
Right?
private
It's like you
lake?
weren't invited. Stop giving her your money to make a fool out of you. They don't think. It's crazy.
Yeah, the Stanleys,
Oh.
honestly, For as much money as people has donated to her lollipop, they should have been printed free. And yeah, really, they really
Really?
have. Hmm.
It's like, well, you're not invited, but I'll bring you along as a paper doll and humiliate you, but you got to give me $15. It's like, okay, that's a deal, huh?
I know there's no, you know what, but there is beaches up there that has shells.
Tell Rabbit about her green screen, how wonderful she is at using it. That an arm.
Oh, I did
here.
catch that actually. That made me laugh. The green screen.
Did you like the one where did you like the one where she's wearing her one shirt and it cuts her arms off?
I didn't see that. No.
Did you see it?
Oh,
And she still doesn't know how to use it. I'm telling you, that woman never learns.
what I did
Doesn't
see
learn.
was she did some live there a few weeks ago when she was trying to obviously smear you guys, right? And she was trying to smear Heather with this, like with this clip when Heather was talking about something when she was a child, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, because she has nothing, so she has to twist and make shit up and twist it around. You know how it is.
that was the most desperate thing I've ever seen.
I know,
mean,
desperate.
even her
Exactly.
people must see how much she's reaching there. I mean, that's just the quintessential case of trying to take something out of context to make it fit into some other like hole you're trying to put it in. It was pathetic.
But you know what? As
Gross,
pathetic as it
actually.
is, they
That's
sit
when
there
she-
and encourage her.
That's when she's talking
They
about
sit and encourage her.
that cheerleader, the little clique of the cheerleaders that them four were in with Holly.
Mhm.
What cheerleader?
The story Rabbit's talking about when she's talking about Holly.
Oh. But
like
her,
I said,
her
you know,
people,
she drug it out.
I don't know.
But it's funny because they were all cheerleaders.
Huh.
So you know what? If it bothered the girl, I probably think she'd have stopped being friends with Heather. You know, duh.
Right? Well, like he said, they were kids, you know, and they were all cheerleaders all together. So, but like he said, she takes it out of context and twists it around to make it something it's not, because she's desperate and reaching.
Oh, it was just gross. Anyone with half a brain watching that could see what was going on there. You know, she was
But
referring to
her
something when
chat
she was
will
a
play
child
along.
years ago. It was a different time.
I know. Well, this is what confuses me, is like her flying monkeys, or she'll have these people that will play along and be like, oh, that's terrible, and, you know, do stuff like that.
Hmm.
Or they'll say, oh, Merv, your skin is so beautiful. It's flawless. And they'll sit there and she's like eating it up. And you're like, it's a filter, dumbasses. It's a filter. And she knows it. But, I mean, who does that? You know, have your chat tell you that shit. It's crazy.
Who is she
They all
kidding?
play
Trying to
along.
say she tries to say she doesn't use a filter, though, right? Everyone knows she uses a filter. There's no shame in using a filter. Like, why lie about something so dumb?
Because I think she makes her filter like a whiteout where you can't see the kitchen and the
Yeah.
hardware on cabinets. It goes extreme.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? It's like Spinal Tap. She's got everything, all the settings at 11. You know, she needs to just
Well, we've been saying you better tone them down and start
tone
showing
down
yourself.
with it. Yeah.
When you go to court, there ain't going to be any, you know, of that going on. So unless you're going to wear a bag from head to toe, you better start showing yourself.
Yeah, I told her.
Very
I'd sit
unrealistic.
outside on the steps and take pictures
Maybe
just so everybody could see the real her.
she'll have on 3 sweatshirts again, huh?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm looking for the flat
Them
Stanleys.
filters are.
Filters don't work in real life, Merb. So there you go. There's that.
Yep.
Just so you
No
know.
filters
There's
in
that.
court. Mhm.
Oh, Scooter is 2 Scooters still there, yeah?
Yes. Scooter's
she's
going to be there till the end.
she was here to the very bitter end, right?
Whether she likes it or not.
Right.
Bad thing is, Elisa, she lost the Stanleys for a minute, for a couple times on that vacation. She couldn't find them.
Well, maybe they were kidnapped. Maybe somebody took pity and tried to hide them. Oh my God! I found them. I'm gonna send them to you, Florida.
Which one?
And then
the
there's like
Stanleys?
a dead horseshoe crab. I think it's a horseshoe crab that she poses them next to. Isn't that a treat? And then what'd she do? Bring a Barbie doll and a chair along? Because she's posing them next to that too. Okay, I sent them to you, Florida.
Oh,
It's just
please tell
bizarre.
me Maria's still around.
I don't know. We haven't seen her.
We're trying to get Maria in the witness protection program, but I don't know if she's
What?
broken free yet.
She needs more help than that.
Maria, we think she's got her hidden in the closet.
Hmm.
Poor Maria.
She
In the
won't let her
closet with
escape.
Merv, maybe.
What was that?
Come out of the
Anthony
closet, Merv.
Hopkins
Bring
film?
Maria with you.
Does anyone remember that Anthony Hopkins film when he was a ventriloquist and he had a little doll thing that
Oh, with the
Evil.
dummy. Yeah, those little dolls are creepy. I've seen that.
that film comes to mind for some reason.
Because of Merv's chin. I just want to draw lines down each side.
Stop it.
I can't help it. I've always
Maria's
said
in
that.
Costa Rica.
Poor Maria. She got to grow legs and run like hell.
Maria's a mule.
I know. Maria's a victim.
She is.
Poor Maria. Maria needs a GoFundMe. Help me escape.
Only problem is you couldn't send it to her.
I know. She'd confiscate it and steal it on Maria.
I know.
Well, maybe while she's busy counting the money, Maria can run away.
So she's contacting J-Bell's family, is she?
Well, that was all done back when, but she had help. She had help with that because there was 2 ladies in the UK that helped her with that.
Way back when, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's the Stanleys.
Can you imagine?
God.
We got the proof. We don't say nothing we can't prove. I tell you, $15 to be humiliated. I don't have the one with them in the bed, but they are in the bed, like Florida said, under the blanket. And you're like, why? Why would you pay to do this to yourself?
That's weird.
And they paid $15.
Like I said, they should have just been given this, to be honest, to go.
Really, humiliate them for free. Mary, that's a flat Stanley. It's a paper doll. And when she put it in the water, she suddenly
There you go.
realized, oh, water's not good for paper. So then she laminated them rabid. Look at Barbie. She puts Barbie in a chair. Don't we all carry a Barbie around? Wait, I got a Barbie in my pocket. Hold on.
It's okay. I brought the lawn chair too.
How do you
I
even
got
come up with that
Barbie.
idea to do that? Like,
The only way
what's going on?
that I think these flat Stanleys are good is if you have a 2 or 3-year-old going to grandpa's and grandma's for the first time and they'll miss you, then it's a good idea, for a baby,
Yeah, for a
but
child.
not for a grown-up. How old is Merv?
Should be 58 this year.
That's the hard one. She still wants to go after her kindergarten teacher and the romper room lady for taking away snack time. Would that teacher erase the number 2? Because when the answer is 1, she would pencil in a 2 and not erase it completely. And now she hates that teacher because one is lonely by itself.
Well, you know what, ladies, girl, I think Merb is known for using voice changers too. Okay, to be honest,
I don't know how many people. How
think
many
she
people? Let
is.
me ask Rabbit. He's a smart guy. Take a guess, Rabbit. How many people do you think live in Merd's head? Allegedly, for a friend.
Wow.
I'd
can't-
say
I
there's a
don't know.
whole. I'd say there's like a whole. I don't know, like the Empire State Building full of people. Because you got the lake voice, then you got the bitter voice, and then you got the denial voice, and then you got Miss Christian, and then you got Miss Hateful.
Oh,
There's a lot
Rabbit,
of people up there.
I gotta ask you.
Barbie versus Maria.
Do you ever follow my favorite villain?
No, but I've seen her name come up, I think, on your channel a few times, but I've not got around to checking out the channel yet.
Hmm. So you ain't
Oh,
heard.
do
So
fill
you,
him in.
so you
Does she
haven't
cover
heard,
MRB, I
have-
take it, yeah?
So you haven't heard, have you?
Oh. It's not actually Merv. It's more like what Merv's husband and Merv did.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Carter will fill you in.
You know, Jimmy worked at that family foundation school, right?
Mm-hmm.
12 years.
Well, the music man was arrested on charges, and he
Oh,
did
yeah.
go to court. He was found guilty on 4 of the 6 charges. And
Jimmy?
no,
The music man.
the music man.
Oh, okay,
From the
okay.
school that
But
Jimmy
Jimmy
worked at.
came to court one day and actually admitted he knew that the man was
No good.
Oh,
no
shit.
good and had an anger problem and had some issues.
And
And
this is after Merv and him attacked the kids, right, Flora?
yep. And after all the denials that school was so great and the kids were spoiled,
Mm-hmm.
and he was a friend of this man until he was arrested
Right, okay.
on
Gross.
Facebook.
So he turned a blind eye.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
He
That was always
denied
worried.
knowing everything.
That was always the
Right.
general worry that, yeah, there was
Well,
a...
nobody ever accused him of SA, only of turning
yeah, I
a
know.
blind eye,
Yeah,
which he
yeah.
always denied, knowing anything. And Merv, remember, I don't know if you've seen it, where she talks like, I don't know, like, "Yeah, nah, 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 nah," to the students. And one of them was the woman who wrote a book, I See You, Survivor. And then
Right.
here, Look at the Truth comes out, where he
Mhm.
damn well knew what was going on, that this guy was no good, to what he testified to, is what I'm referring to.
Mhm.
But she made it like it was this elite college prep school,
Yeah.
and he was this esteemed teacher. And then
Yep.
it became, like Florida said, a bunch of spoiled brats.
Yep.
Hmm. Wow.
Like I said,
Well,
you'll
the
love
truth comes
yeah,
out,
Rabbit,
man.
you will love to see the whole thing to see it. I mean,
Yeah, I'll need to have a look. Yeah.
yeah, my favorite villain she had a GoFundMe to bring in as many of the ex-students as she could
Mm-hmm.
for the
And
trial.
they did good. They got
Okay.
support, yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, he
This
was
time
found guilty of 4 of the 6 charges,
Mm-hmm.
and his sentencing is July 9th.
Yeah. And those charges were SA and crossing state lines.
God.
So he's a real evil, evil, evil pervert, that music man.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Beyond disgusting. And like the villain said, it wasn't just girls. He liked boys and girls. Nobody was safe.
Really?
It's like the
That's
worst
crazy.
nightmare. Mm-hmm. Sure is.
But yeah,
Oh, look.
Yeah.
I got a picture for you, Flor.
yeah, she was attacking everybody, saying that, that everybody here and Heather's channel was all putting out, you know, fake, fake information, and nothing was true, and they were lying. And well, you know what?
Hmm.
Nobody lied.
It was always very, very weird the way that both of them addressed it all on the lives. It was
Professor
very
my butt.
strange because there was a kind of insinuation of trying to put down the actual students that I remember.
Well,
You
she
know.
did do
Yes,
that.
that was so cruel.
To be honest, she did do that, Rabbit. My
More than
favorite villain
once.
came into her
Virginia.
chat one night and said something, and she blocked her.
Right.
And she came back in under her second account and made a comment, and denied ever doing it.
Hmm.
And then she was blatantly caught by blocking and telling them that she pretended that told her she was not a student there, and she was basically just a troll.
Yeah. It's always the first line of attack in situations like that is to try and demean those that you don't want to hear, right? You just demean them, disregard them.
Because at first it was an elite school, and then when people got wind of, oh, what's really going on here, then it became attack on the students. And she draws the attention to herself by everything literally comes out of her own mouth that turns out to be lies or there's something hidden there. It's crazy.
I mean,
she talked about the mafia.
See, in situations like what went on there at that school, like in general, there's kind of secondary immoral players, like secondary to the actual predators or the abusers, is in a lot of circumstances like that, you will have people that will have some kind of knowledge, but for whatever reason, they don't do enough, right? That's,
well, he was a
moral
felon.
problem. What's that?
He was a felon. He had committed armed robbery.
Yeah.
Well, you also got to remember that school was not a state school. It was fun. It did not go into the same guidelines, okay, as a regular school. So
yes, Enchanted, she did read snarky comments, but the villain set her straight and told her, "Not your story," and she didn't want her talking about it, and made that clear in no uncertain terms, for the simple reason that Jimmy wasn't telling the truth, and they were talking terrible about the students.
Yeah.
And there was over 150 students that unalived themselves from that school.
Yeah, I mean, all that information's out there. It's all public. Like how bad it was. The court cases are there.
Really
but yeah, it did. Like I said, it finally went to trial, and I don't remember if she told us exactly how many got to come in, but I know quite a few did, and they're going to try and bring in even more for the sentencing on the 9th. So
because they got rooms and they were sharing them so that they could be together and get closure. One of the students, and obviously they're now adults, he said he was in his nightmares for 30 years. And when he He had been out on bail until that day where they found him guilty. And he said when he seen those handcuffs on him, that poor guy who couldn't sleep because of his SOB, he said, I think I'll be able to sleep now. That seeing those handcuffs on him was so powerful for him.
Yeah.
Heartbreaking, isn't it?
Yeah.
Listen, just so you know, JC Ray, you did get the link right. She dropped the link in the chat to the Villains channel. And I'm going to go have a cigarette, and I'll be right back. And hi, Sherry.
Hey, Sherry.
So I'm going to go on mute, and I'll be back, but I'll be listening. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I did get some information about that. You know, there was investigations up at that school until like 2000 and I think 2005. But for some reason, I mean, there were many agencies that was involved in it, but they just could not get the proof.
Yeah.
Because the kids were scared. They were scared of retaliation.
Really?
Mm-hmm. What Carly and Jimmy showed, you are correct. What they said in that public platform was uncalled for, and it was it was ignorant of them to.
Yeah, that was beyond gross. That I remember that.
Yeah, no one believed it. Well, the man that did get prosecuted and found guilty, his wife brought in his box of trophies, which actually had a picture of one of the students out of state when he was supposedly taken on a fishing trip, which was never supposed to happen. Okay, but the kid said the boy said he never put a fishing pole, a line in the water.
Really?
Yeah.
JC said earlier, tell Rabbit who was a witness for the prosecution.
Jimmy was a witness for the prosecution. Don't know it. Like I said, he confirmed that the music man, his name is Paul Gear, he did tell him that the man had a temper and he was mean to the kids, and you know that he had an anger issue. But the man already had, before he was even hired there, had a behavior in them actions before he was even hired at that school.
Wow.
And nobody knows if anything proceeded after the school closed, because he was still teaching up to the day he was arrested.
And when was he arrested, Florida? You might have said this earlier, I'm not sure.
I'm not exactly sure the first time, because he was released on bond,
Right.
which totally broke the students, because, you know, released on bond for that.
Yeah.
But
it can be kind of hard sometimes in those sort of situations to get enough evidence and enough proof, you know?
True. Very true. Let me see when first time he was arrested.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said, Jenny. Yeah.
They said he can face up to 50 years in prison. December 21st, the first day he was arrested.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. See, what does it say?
What's that, Irene? 45-inch screen showing his itty bitty weenie.
Oh, yeah, the villain oh, yeah, you got to see that. You actually got to watch that. They put his, teeny weeny up there on a 45-inch screen, and the former students had, while they were all in there in the courtroom, like they really needed to see
Oh
it.
no! Oh God! Oh, that's what it's referring to. Jeez.
But then come to find out, his wife goes up there and is on the stand, and she couldn't figure out if his wife was trying to help or hurt, because she proceeded to tell the court that his teeny weeny didn't work.
God.
So on top of embarrassment of having it up on that big 45-inch screen, people also got to find out that he was a little lip in the sausage.
Mm-hmm.
That would embarrass me to no end.
Yeah, it does keep getting worse. I've missed a lot. Oh God.
But that kind of did give them a little chuckle, But Irene, what did you drop? Oh, I'm not sure what you dropped. And well, Rick, what else am I supposed to say? He's a little. It's true. So you just took a break from true crime, and then you're going to be back at it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to obviously cover the Sarah Boone stuff, and then this is a good thing when you take a break from true crime every now and again, because when you're kind of right into true crime, you've watched all the interrogations and you've seen most of the trials, right? But now, like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that I've not seen that I can catch up on. So that'll be good.
Have you heard about the Soto case?
I've heard the name and I've seen a few thumbnails, but I don't know much detail about it.
It is the girl that the mother's boyfriend had been sexually assaulting her for years.
Oh yeah, someone mentioned this earlier actually. Yeah.
I know that I think it's coming up soon, because I haven't there's been a few on, but I haven't really kept up with the ones that's been on now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean one of the big ones was the Delphi case. I was quite deep into that case, and that happened when I was away. But I followed a good bit of the trial, and I'm not surprised that he was found to be to be guilty, but there's still a niggling feeling that he wasn't entirely alone.
I have that feeling too.
Yeah.
Something just don't seem right there. And then I know there's a lawyer. It's called Lawyer Lee,
Mm-hmm.
and I just seen where she said a new bridge video came out.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I need to see that.
And I'm thinking, why is it coming out now after the?
Exactly. Was it not shown during the trial, maybe?
I don't know. Like I said, it was under her thumbnail
Right.
that new bridge video came out.
The thing about it is you cannot get past the fact that there was a suspect early on who ended up getting arrested for being a part of a P ring, if you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
And he had arranged to meet one of the girls on that bridge that day, around about the same time.
Oh,
And there
we
was some
heard
indication.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. And him and his father were a part of this whole ring. And
Wow.
they were being suspected. I'm trying to remember the details, that he had maybe driven down to Delphi that day. Like, and the FBI were trying to get some security surveillance footage from a gas station, and they couldn't get it downloaded right. But just the mere fact that he had arranged to meet one of the girls at that point in time, there's got to be some connection between him and Richard Allen.
Flora and I were thinking there was someone else involved. We were just chit-chatting. Remember, Flora?
Mm-hmm.
Because there were so
Valerie,
many
you
things
saw
that
the
just
new
didn't make sense.
Valerie, you saw the new video out? She says, I saw it. They cleaned it up.
Oh, is that what that was that they cleaned up? Which video? With the walking?
Like I said, there's it's under Lawyer Lee.
Huh.
Oh, I need
That
to see
says
that.
Says a new one came out.
The guy on the
Yeah.
bridge in the video is definitely Richard Allen.
Yeah, I think
It's
so.
just whether there was someone else at the other end, or if he knew that the girls were going to be there because of that horrific ring.
I'm wondering if somebody wasn't down.
Down the slope.
Yes, because why
Yeah, a
would
lot of
them
people
girls
think
not
that.
Yeah.
run?
Because the other aspect of it is it's very unusual. Well, this could point to a couple of things. If he did just act alone, it's hard to believe that he's not done it before, because someone that commits that kind of crime and the level of the crime, like how horrific it was, that's
Mhm.
not usually someone's first act, and they usually have a history.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, why would
They
you?
learn.
To me, if it's someone's first act, why would you pick two girls? Seem like
Right.
you would have no idea if you
Yeah.
could control two people at one time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you don't know
So
if one will try to run away.
exactly, yeah. So I think it points to either there's a high chance that he's some sort of serial killer that's just gotten away with it up till then, or
Oh, God.
he wasn't alone. And the thing is about the trial, we didn't really learn much more about what actually went on, because they just don't know. They just can't get that information. Like the horrible details about how he actually controlled them. That
Yeah, and why
they just
why
don't
were the
know.
clothes mixed up? Why were
Right.
the clothes mixed up?
It's so bizarre.
A lot of
There was
questions.
no answers to things like that.
No.
If you imagine,
I
like,
mean,
if this was his first act and he was entirely alone, why would he go to all that trouble and go that far? Like, you would assume, if he had just had this kind of urge all along, he would panic very quickly once he had got to a certain point. But he was with them for a fair bit of time.
2 girls is more risky than 1.
That's what I'm
Right,
saying. I
yeah.
don't understand why he would have, on his first time, 2 girls. That doesn't make any sense.
In his hometown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That scene was too controlled to be somebody's first time,
I mean,
All the
it's not
blood, the way he
impossible. It's just
dragged
hard
him.
to believe,
Mm-hmm. Sick. But remember all the blood and how the bodies were moved, how they were redressed in different clothing? It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most brutal cases because it's kind of the fact that we have the video and we have the audio. It makes it it's a little bit like the Chris Watts case. I think the Chris Watts case was so profound to a lot of people because we had like so much intimate media from them, like the body cam and all the media of Shanann and the kids, right? And
right, so it gave you a lot of info that way, or insight, I should say.
Yeah. So I mean,
but
you
still, there's
heard
a lot we don't know.
You could kind of feel that you kind of get to know them a little bit, right? Just through the media that Shanann put out. So it made it
there was
more
so much of that.
profound, and it's kind of like this: the fact that you have these like pictures of the girls walking along the bridge, and then you hear the audio, and you see the little snippet of the video, and you just imagine how creeped out they were, and the fact that they had the wherewithal to record something and to leave some sort of fingerprint in that moment.
That was amazing. Very smart. But see, that's what, remember in the video how far behind he was them?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then those girls could have run or something, but that's why we wonder, well, maybe there was somebody on the other end because he was behind them. They could have run, but they didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know. We just think.
I don't think they realized that they were in danger until very late on. I mean, that video that you see is when he's pretty much right on them. And then he would bring out the gun pretty quickly after that, and I think they would have just frozen and just
maybe
because a lot of people think, well, why would they not just like split up and just run in different directions and like he's quite
they might not want to have left each other either.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, your instincts kick in. You want to stay together. But you would kind of freeze as well, I think, because I don't think they had any idea until very late. I think they would have noticed him walking quite fast across the bridge because he doubled back on them. He waited until they were like towards the end of the bridge and then he just walked really quickly towards them. So at first they would have just thought nothing of it. And then they maybe started to get a little bit creeped out. And then obviously when he was on them and they heard his voice, it would have just been a nightmare.
I know. Did they say on that little video if you had a gun? Did the girl say that?
No, but it's unfair from him just saying like down the hill, right?
I don't know. Someone's asking in the chat. That's why I'm asking if they say he has a gun.
I'm trying to remember. I'm not 100% sure on that.
I'm not either.
But they obviously
I can't imagine what was going through those little girls' mind. I just can't. I mean, the horror and the fear.
Right? You mean, like, most of us have got kids. It's your worst nightmare.
Oh, Valerie said yes, in the new one you can hear it.
See, I didn't see it till now, but here's the one I'm talking about. I guess it's been out for 4 months. Disturbing video finally released after 7 years. Delphi murders trial date. Like I said, disturbing video, and that doesn't finally released. I mean,
wow. I wanted to like 12 and 13 or something like that. You were
Yeah,
really
around.
young. Look at him. Oh,
Mary, why sirens going off?
yeah, that's what
Okay,
I'm
let's
wondering.
go. Probably might be storms.
Oh,
Either that or World War III's kicking off.
yeah,
That-
living way in
babies,
time.
right? They were babies. They were barely teenagers, these two girls.
Yep.
They were so young. You know,
And see,
not to
like,
change the subject, but I gotta tell you something to make you laugh. That Music Man, he was known for having a cheeseburger in one hand and a teeny weeny in the other. And one time he was doing that and he crashed his vehicle. Isn't that crazy? Oh, yeah, they're saying storms are heading their way. But that made the villain laugh. That's why I'm sharing it. Because she said now it's on the record. Now it's his turn to be ashamed and have no voice.
absolutely.
But yeah, those girls are heartbreaking in that case.
But
They- I
that
don't even,
that guy I was referring to, that I think he was 18, 19 or something, or early 20s. That young creepy guy. He looks like a troll, like from a.
you mean the one, the P with the father?
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Oh.
he had been gaslighting one of the girls and pretending to
Oh.
be like some,
Was it the
hot-looking
younger
guy.
one or the older one? Because they were
I'm
like
not
real
sure.
close in age.
Yeah, they were pretty close. But he had
And
been
then the
gaslighting
sister
one of them.
dropped them off. Remember? The sister
That's right.
dropped them off. There?
Yeah, that's right. So he had been gaslighting her for a while and had arranged to meet her there. That's why they were there, I think.
No, I was wondering about that because I heard that. And I wasn't sure because like they had a day off from school and they went to go hang out or if they were going to meet somebody. And I wonder
Yeah.
if they ever clarified that, if they were meeting somebody or not.
There's no way that's a coincidence, right? It cannot be a coincidence. It's just too
With
hard
what
to believe.
happened, I would think not.
Like I said, I don't know. I don't think I'll change my mind. I just still think there was more than just him. Or
I don't either.
like Rabbit said, something just doesn't seem right with this.
Hmm.
I mean, the man was not physically okay. He's not strong. He's not young. He
wasn't
He
athletic,
didn't
was
look
it?
in shape.
you know. So, what would even make him think he could control two girls? I still think there's more to it than,
Hmm.
or like Rabbit said, this wasn't his first time.
Yeah, I could see that. If it, usually they're sloppy or they make a lot of mistakes and they learn as they go. But
Yeah.
it's like every parent's worst nightmare. You got that right.
Mhm.
Yeah, see, Valerie knows. That can't be a coincidence.
No, I don't think it is.
so.
See, Rabbit, you get back on here steady again. You'll have everybody back in there listening to your true crime.
Yeah. I get to notice you were live, and when I saw it after I woke up from my nap, I was like, "Oh, he's back and he's healthy and he's good." So yay!
Well, like I've always been on and off of YouTube, but it's always a
Well, now
struggle
we
to
know.
come back, because I'm like, who
Aw.
are you?
Well, it's good you take breaks if you want them. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but it's not ideal.
Well, you always bounce
Well,
back and
see,
do
we
well.
also know that Rabbit works and he doesn't sit on his ass all day and pretend to do research.
Yeah, pretend to be something he's not, like Merv. And Davida says, "Rabbit, you always keep us guessing."
Yeah.
You know what, Jenny Barnes? If you
Not
don't get a
intentional.
notification, turn off the notifications and turn them back on. Sometimes that helps.
Yeah,
But YouTube is weird sometimes.
YouTube's weird like that. And I think
Valerie
YouTube.
says, I like Valerie likes how you say her name.
Valerie.
Oh, Lord. Well, YouTube's gotten crazy, Rabbit, that's for sure, because, I mean, I'm getting comments, people asking where their comments are at, and it won't be there for a day, and then all of a sudden it pops up.
Oh, really?
And sometimes it
Yep.
doesn't pop up at all.
Hmm.
And sometimes you can't see the comments. Like Florida will be telling me about something, and I'm like, I don't see it. So it's glitchy. YouTube is glitchy.
Yes. Yeah. Sometimes as well, you have to kind of go between the newest comments as well to see certain comments come up. Underneath a
Mhm.
video or a live.
Yep.
There's two tabs.
But Valerie
You
just
see, you
melted.
came back. Valerie's not.
You're welcome.
And you're worried about making a comeback? Please, don't even.
Really?
You have nothing to worry about. You just start talking and you'll be fine.
I know, but I need to have something to actually talk about, though. Right? I can't
Yeah,
just
you
talk.
could say
Although
rain,
tonight I actually did talk
tomato,
about nothing for an hour.
and
What's
they'll
that?
just melt. You could say rain, tomato, octopus, and they'll just be like, oh, it's
You
rabbit.
make it sound so
Rabbit,
easy.
you could set it. Rabbit, you could sit in here and just call off their names for an hour and they'd be content.
Exactly. In
I
other
just
words,
think-
you don't have to worry.
I just think you guys aren't used to a Scottish accent, maybe. That's all.
But
it
it's
is.
lovely. Very nice. Yiminy. Isn't that funny? Snowline came up with a nickname for Jimmy. Yiminy. Yiminy Cricket. And we figured out how tall is he, Florida? From his weightlifting thing. He's like, it was so funny. Remember he did that powerlifting years ago?
Yeah.
And on the thing, they had him as 3'9". And we
Put him
were
in your
like, oh
pocket.
my God, who makes a typo like that? I said, he's probably 4'9".
Merb could
Right on
put
the
him in
floor.
our pocket, walk around with him.
I know, you could stand still and you could put your coffee on his head.
Well,
Oh my God, that was funny. Fun size Jimmy. I don't think he's any fun, but he's small. Like she bought a bike one time, and the seat of the bike, if you were to, bend your arm and rest your elbow with your arm bent on the seat, you'd have to lean over, right?
Mary, I bet
Yiminy
we can
don't.
get him to say it.
Say what?
Mary.
Oh, Mary.
Mary has always asked Rabbit. Every time she goes into his lives, she would always ask Rabbit to say her name.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, come around more often.
Yes.
He's our pocket cricket.
Well, she stands behind him by the chair. He's not much bigger than the chair she sits in. That gaming chair. Oh my gosh. And one time they gave her lights and Jimmy put them on her chair. It was ridiculous. She was like a 10-year-old showing the lights going all around her chair.
What is Merb
who
doing with
does
a
that?
gamer chair? Like,
I don't know.
know your brand.
She had a
Your
gamer
brand
chair.
is not a gamer chair.
She
like
had a
maybe
gamer chair.
What's that?
Her first one was a gamer
She got
chair.
a new one.
But
Oh, she
her
got a new
cat
one.
bought her a new one with lights.
She's updated. Got light.
Yeah. And she was showing them off. This is what my community brought me. And it's like, okay, that's what they think of you.
She needs an old like Victorian wooden stool or something. That's her brand.
Right? Some kind of rocker.
Spider
And
webs
she's
on it.
so,
It
she's so
wouldn't
proud.
fit in that little corner between the green
She wouldn't
screen
fit her
and-
ass in it.
Right.
It, like I said, I mean, that's probably the smallest chair that will fit in that little corner between that green screen and the door.
That she could fit in. She likes
But
to pick on other people, so there you go, Marv. How's it feel?
Well, she takes herself way too serious. That's why people take advantage of her and poke fun at her because she gets too upset by it.
But she sets herself up going
I
on a
know.
half a bike ride. I bike ride 8 miles. I did a half a swim. What the hell is half a bike ride and half a swim? I don't even understand that.
Well, do you know the funniest thing was when she was going to challenge Natasha to like a swimming race or something.
Oh my God. And they were going to wear
I
bikinis,
remember
right?
that. I
Right,
do
yeah.
remember
Weren't they going
that.
to wear bikinis? I can't imagine them in a bikini. Like, no, thank you.
Yeah, Merb swims 10 miles every morning before she even really wakes up, and then cycles another 100.
Oh, don't you know? She does
Don't forget the
spinning
spinning.
now. And she
Spinning?
lifts weights. Yes, and lifting weights.
Yep.
But
Wow.
yet, when she's walking up the road, she's huffing and puffing. And then she's blaming it on having COVID in the past.
Yeah, it doesn't
Like,
compute,
no,
does
you're
it?
fat and out of shape. That's why. She's so full of it.
She
See,
needs to have fun
she
like we
hides
do, like
her
coming on
body.
here. She needs to have fun like we do, coming on here and doing the peanut butter and jelly dance. Really?
Oh, yeah. Why don't you show them your peanut butter jelly dance?
Really?
Yeah, really. It's funny. Come on, you have a great sense of humor. So does Rabbit.
If I
And
can
Mary wants
find
to
it.
see your sexy
You
legs.
all want to see the peanut butter and jelly?
Tell her, yeah, sexy legs. She got sexy legs there, Rabbit. Where do you see? Mary's
Wow.
always like, show us your sexy legs, Florida. And she'll tell me in Florida, call out my
Okay, I
name.
don't have it. Forget it.
Funny.
I don't have it. I can't do the peanut butter and jelly.
Oh, I can
I was
send it
praying
to
it would
you.
happen as well, but it never did.
All right, Mary. As soon as Irene sends it to me.
I'm telling you, I can send it to her. I will find it and I will send it. Well, oh yeah, all the stuff she's supposed to do. And you know what? She just got to stop hiding herself. No, it doesn't matter what you weigh, thin, fat, who cares? She makes it a big deal by all the stupid things she does and says. Nobody
Yeah.
really cares.
Are you sending me peanut butter and jelly?
I'm looking for it. I gotta find it.
I
No, I'll
swear.
just go on YouTube and find it.
Y'all got to remember, I've been sick too, so.
Yeah, but thank God you're on the mend.
So.
And how have you been feeling, Rabbit?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm being all right.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Rabbit, did you guys have the blood moon over there?
I don't actually know.
We got some pictures of it last night. Flora and I were up and we were taking pictures. Flora, you should show that picture you took. That was really good. The big purple one.
Maybe.
I mean, you could see, I feel like you could see the craters on the moon. I'm like, how did you get that with your phone?
Well,
It was
phones
really
these days are amazing. The cameras on there.
I think Florida has a telescope built in there somewhere.
No, I
Okay, Florida,
don't.
you got it.
No, I don't have a
What's your
telescope.
weather like, Rabbit? Davita's asking.
Rainy and cold.
Oh. Yeah, here it's getting a little warmer, but not really, but slowly getting there.
It's tough times.
Yes, it could. And Destin says, you know, you're all jelly. Oh my God. I'm telling you, Merv is pretty stuck on herself. Everything that Merv says about everybody else, she's pretty much talking about herself. Oh, Davida said it's the same there in Southern California. Oh, Snowline, you have snow. Oh. Yeah, March is a crazy month. Like, I live in New Jersey, and so far, so good. No snow for me this year. Just a dusting, not much at all.
Oh, here we go. Peanut bar.
And Florida, you got dance. Buckwheat boys. There she is, getting her peanut butter jelly on.
It's peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut
Go
butter
Florida.
jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Do the peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly with
Is
a
there
baseball bat.
dancing here?
Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. Now where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Now there you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Now peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Do the peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly.
Go
Peanut butter jelly with a
Florida.
baseball bat. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. Now break it down and freeze. Break it down and freeze. Now break it down and freeze. Now break it down and freeze. Now where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Now there you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Do the peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. Do the peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. Now tic tac toe. Tic tac toe. Let's go. Tic tac toe. You got it. Tic tac toe. Let's ride. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Now there you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Do the peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. Do the peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. Now freestyle. 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 Freestyle your style. Freestyle. 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 Freestyle your style. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at?
Wow, I don't know what to say. That might be the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Well, that's why we do it, because it's nuts. We
Yeah,
just like
David,
to
I'm
laugh.
fucking listening.
And Florida got her peanut butter jelly on with her arms going. Merv, you'd never do that. You're too chicken. Buck, 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 buck.
I did
He
that
says
one
it's
night
the
and
craziest thing.
they thought I lost my mind.
That's
Oh, it's
okay.
good
You
to lose your
found
mind
it
every
by
now and again.
But
Now you gotta get Rabbit to dance. Do a peanut butter
Hey.
jelly time.
Yeah, that won't be
Yeah.
happening.
no, it won't be happening.
Let's not push it. We're lucky to hear him talk.
Rabbit's got a face like a foot.
Too far,
Yeah,
too
her
far.
face like a foot. Oh my God. Because somebody's to see you next Tuesday, right?
I
Hey,
got so much
Cal.
mileage out
I
of the
said
foot
it.
thing.
I said it. I said it, Merv. I said it. I own it. So F you, Merv. Oh, geez. Gracie, Rabbit, can you say my real name? Jerry Lynn.
Geraldine. Unusual name.
Ooh, and a compliment to
name.
boot.
Nice name, yeah.
Very nice name.
Your luck's in.
You never know. See, we've all been waiting for Rabbit to come back. Mm-hmm.
See, Rabbit, you can say anything.
Well, we
Let
were
me
all
have-
waiting for the Boone case.
Yeah. I'll still watch
You're
it when you're ready. I
Yeah,
get the notifications.
I've kind of said a lot about it actually on my since I came back. The two lives, I've kind of spoken about it in anticipation of it. I've got a feeling I've said what I'm going to say anyway. You know, because I've heard so
Mhm.
much about it. That, yeah, girls, don't forget, I look like a foot.
He looks like a
Yeah.
foot and sounds like a dream. So take that, Merb.
Yes. But yeah. We got to thank Irene for the peanut butter and jelly when the. Mhm.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
that was
blame me. I'll
a
take it.
level.
I own it. I like that song, Peanut Butter Jelly. It's just funny. Hey, at least I don't wear Crocs and socks, you know, with polka dots.
True.
Merb wears Croc shoes with polka dot socks, and the shoes are camouflage. What a
Oh
sense
my
of style,
god.
huh? So sexy. She's so sexy. She's not. I vomit in my mouth every time I see you, Merb. Oh my God, she's as sexy as a potato on a stick.
Okay, let's just not.
Let's not hold back.
Yeah,
As opposed to a
Well, at least
potato
I
on a
say
plate.
up
let's
front.
just.
On a what?
As opposed to a
What'd you say?
potato on a plate.
Let's just
Either way, she's just a potato.
let's just give our true opinion here, would we?
Hey, at least we say it to her face, not behind a paywall.
True.
Let me have $5 and I can talk shit that's so old you don't even care about it, but I just want money.
Oh, there's what you
Let
were
me just
talking
lie
about,
to
Irene.
everyone. Huh? What? Say what?
I said, there's what you were talking about.
Damn,
there
look
you
at
go.
that good picture she got. That's a good picture.
I always think of Neil Young when I see a moon like that.
Yeah,
What,
see?
with the moon?
Harvest Moon and
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Irene likes this because she says you can see it. You can almost see the craters and that in it.
yeah.
Yeah, make it a little bigger. Like, can you zoom in more or no?
There.
But you see, like,
Then there's
yeah,
that
it's
one.
such a good picture. And the moon was changing. Excuse me. It was pink and purple and white. There, that's the one. You see, like the little craters that look like
Yeah.
little holes or something. That's like crazy. She got some really good pictures. Every time I was taking a picture, my camera would say, "Keep the camera steady," and I'm like, "Shut up." I am trying. My camera shaming me. What? What does she says? I bet no one says that to Rabbit. What are you talking about?
Says what?
What, Mary? Huh?
Well, I was sitting out that
Yeah,
I was
she
trying
said
to take
it.
the pictures. Yeah, I did,
I'm
Davita.
sure it's a compliment to you.
I was sitting out there hanging on to the barbecue grill.
Oh my God, they want the Humpback song. I wonder if Rabbit's heard that one.
Oh,
Yeah,
huh.
he's heard
Probably, I
that
know.
one.
That
I
goes
know
way
we
back.
have. That's
Yeah,
an
that's what I
oldie.
thought. That's how we close our show every night.
Yep.
Hey, we like to laugh here too. We like to tell the truth. We like to have fun. But we do much more than just her. We ebb and
Yeah, we
flow. We're
do.
like a variety show.
We do.
I'm telling you. It's
But
like Humpback Mountain. Merv could be in a movie, Humpback Mountain. It could be the hump.
since let's see what we did. We got our okay.
Oh,
I
look at
was.
Mary. Mary Tackett may have to be in timeout.
Yeah, she's
What do you
volunteering.
say? The rabbit did.
Hey,
in
Rabbit,
timeout.
have you heard of Do you do Rumble?
Rumble, yeah.
Have you
I know
heard
of it.
channel? It's called Maya for Justice.
No, I don't think so.
They had a channel on YouTube, and until
the croc monster with the hump.
Really?
yeah, until Burb struck him.
Da-da-da-dum.
What was the channel name again?
Maya for Justice.
Maya for Justice. Yeah, I don't know that.
But what was it called, that platform, Florida?
Rumble.
Rumble with the R, Carol.
Rumble.
Okay. Mary keeps hitting on you, Rabbit. Rabbit, don't worry, Mary. Rabbit's just playing hard to get. You don't want him to be too easy.
That's it.
Yeah, they
Mary's
had
flirting
a YouTube channel, and they do a lot of talking about Merbs. They talk about her and another family, and I guess she struck the YouTube channel and took it down.
That's not like her.
Oh no! And it would kind of make you
Not at
wonder
all.
why when she's in the middle of a court case right now.
Yeah, and what about striking yet another channel?
Yeah.
And what's the other channel she also struck there, Florida?
And within a matter of like days, she also struck another channel.
Hey, Peggy.
And took it down. See,
All
Carolyn,
while she's being sued.
there is no secrets in your pocket. We know you took down Carolyn Clusterby.
She's got a big mouth, Murph.
We know you did. And I know exactly what day you did it.
Okay, Alicia typed again. She wants me to let you know she sent you a picture of the moon.
So now you take down 2 channels.
And don't forget, she was saying before she took Carolyn's down, Carolyn's cluster B, I can take her down anytime I want. And then boom, the bitch did it.
Yep.
Wait a minute. Is that Maya? I remember a Maya on YouTube, but it was a slightly different name on YouTube, like a blonde woman.
Yes.
Is that her?
Yes.
About the Watts case?
Yeah, she covered the Watts case like constantly for a long time. She was really
That's why Merv don't like her.
She was really laid back, and she would just kind of just delve into the details of the case. Is this the same person? Yeah.
Same person.
Okay. Wow.
And Merv got her too.
How did she come across her radar?
You know what?
The Watts
I don't
case,
know,
probably.
But she did.
God's sake.
She acts like she owns the Watts case.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah, she came across
She only
her
told half
radar
the story anyway.
She got her.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
I
crazy.
think if she was able to, she would get the one on Rumble too.
Really?
I do. But I don't think she's
Wow.
able to get it. So, but yeah, it's like a younger blonde woman.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Wow.
James
It's
wants us to tell Rabbit about the Dieter's dirty blanket. Here's the story of Dieter's dirty blanket. Well,
Once
you
upon a
gotta
time.
start out with. I'm sorry.
but
Once upon a time.
they were talking
Yeah.
about,
What?
well, they had brought up the court case over there, and I guess she didn't like the court case. There's Alicia's moon.
Oh, Rabbit, can you say Mary Tackett?
Oh, the full name.
Request.
Mary Tackett.
Yes.
But
Ooh, the way that Tackett comes out is nice.
but
Sorry, but
yeah,
you
they
just got the
were
sexiest voice
talking
ever.
about the court case over there of her, and they're still talking about some other things over there on that channel.
Red
And,
says she might
Red
have the wrong
says-
meaning.
Yeah, I was just gonna.
Is that someone else then? It's just hard to imagine how she would come into Merv's radar.
I don't know.
Other
We
than
don't
her
forget.
cover Watt case, you know?
Huh?
Yeah. How she would come into Merv's radar.
I don't know.
That's the only research Merv does, is checking on people and what they're doing. She doesn't do true crime research.
Well, see, the thing is, I hate to say it, right? But her true crime is just completely vanilla.
Sucks.
Like, she's got no interest really in delving into, what's really going on underneath the hood in these cases. It's almost like she views true crime like some sort of cartoon where it's nice and easy, where you have evil monsters over there and then the angelic victims over there, and then you're just describing what
Right.
happened. It doesn't go much further than that, in my
No.
opinion. It's just
And
boring.
she's very
That's why
She's very
we went
opinionated,
after
too.
Valerie's, because Valerie says that she does facts about the case. Maya does, and that's why them two went after her.
Yeah.
Oh, probably. Because, when Merv covers a story, she's very opinionated. And when it comes to the Watt story, she only presents one side.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's so
We've
much
seen-
to say about the characters in that case.
Yeah, but her and Sandy have a fit.
Yeah.
Yeah, not your family, not your case.
Kathy, if you meet where can you see what? Well, like I said, the one we're talking about, Maya, now all she is on Rumble, and we have no clue if Carolyn's Cluster B will ever come back.
What I remember of Maya, she's kind of prone to the conspiratorial, but one thing you could never deny was her integrity in covering true crime. That's what she had in spades, and she went, as deep as you could go. She would have all the paperwork, and she would just go over it on every live.
Well, she has
Well,
another
please.
woman on there with her usually, and this
Only
woman
time.
that is on her Rumble channel with her
Mhm.
knows someone that you knew.
With
Someone that I
Maya?
knew.
Yes.
On Rumble.
Not on, no.
Valerie
not on
said
Rumble.
Star Mama. Star Mama. Does that ring any bells?
No.
Rabbit Star Mama New Bam.
Oh. Did she ever? She may have a different name, though, right? That I
Yeah,
might know.
possibly.
Okay. Oh God, Bam.
Star Mama was in the same area, knew the area where Bam lived.
Okay.
Hey, Paisley Lass. So back
yeah,
to
she
Dieter's
actually,
blanket.
yeah, Star Mama's from the UK.
Right. I don't recognize the name, to be honest, but I might know her by a different name for all I know.
You probably do, because I've heard her voice before.
Right.
Merb's a dirty bird. Dirty bird, Merb.
But yeah, you may want to check.
Well,
I didn't know if you had heard of that channel or not, but like I said, I know she took down 2 of them, and the Maya
that and
channel on
Carol's
YouTube and the
Cluster B.
Carolyn's Cluster B, all within like
Mhm.
no
While
matter
she's being
for long.
sued. What a smart move, right?
Hmm.
Well,
Hey,
back
Paisley.
with Dieter's blanket, it's like once upon a time, Sandy crocheted a blanket. That took her a year and cost $120 for the yarn. And she had it in a bag in the closet. And it was for her son, but he didn't like the colors. And Dieter's hair's on it. Although there are 2 dogs in the home and you can't prove it's Dieter's hair, but hey, it's Dieter's hair. And Dieter is the only living victim of you know what. So I guess his hair is valuable for some reason. And that blanket was being sold for the grift of the GoFundMe for the lawsuit that Merv is being sued over.
Oh
And that
God.
blanket started out at $250.
Oh my God.
And then nobody was, and it wasn't really a blanket, it was a oversized throw. And the
Mhm.
yarn. So
Well, you know,
there's that. They did
Wow.
sell the blanket, but it wasn't going the way they wanted, and they were looking kind of PO'd, pissed off, because I guess they thought people would be falling all over themselves, and that did not happen. And then Merv was like, after that, they got 1 bid, so they left it up to see if they'd get more. It never happened. They got the 1 bid to the
yeah,
$250, and they sold it. And then Merv
yeah,
was
we're
doing
there on
crafts,
it.
and she kept saying, all you gotta do is stab the flowers in. Just stab them in. Like, how many times did she say stab? Like 6 or 7, right, Florida?
I
She
don't
must
know,
have been
but
a
I don't know, but
vindictive
she has
girl.
anger issues when it comes to stabbing things.
I know. Just stab the flower. Like, when you do crafts, you don't say stab. You say poke or poke it in there or something like that. You don't say stab, 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 It's like you gotta watch out.
There's nothing she won't monetize.
Valerie says my husband's family was married to Queen Mary Scots. Was that with the Tudors? No. His name was Lord Bothwell. You know
Oh
this?
yeah.
That wasn't Mary Queen of Scots she's talking about, is it?
Yeah.
Ah, that one's a little mean, wasn't she? If I had the right one. If not, let me know.
From the English
Wasn't she
point of
called
view,
Bloody Mary? Wasn't she called Bloody Mary, or do I have the wrong one?
no, that's a different Mary.
Okay. Thank you. I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Sherry, yes, that's the Maya I'm thinking of, the one that was friends with Voices in Prairie Boy. Yeah.
Oh, Mervy's friends with lots of voices, all in
Well,
her head.
let me see.
And you know what's crazy? Well, she has this GoFundMe raising this money for a fundraiser. She doesn't tell her community the truth. And she says, we are being sued. We, you know,
Right.
those are the words. We. There's no
Yeah.
we, Merv. And
Yeah.
then somebody, remember those bracelets she made? Those yellow bracelets with Ray? Oh,
Mhm.
shame, shame,
Let me
shame.
bring it, see if I
Like
can
those
get it.
awareness bracelets.
Mhm.
She's selling them for $5 each to raise money for the fund. Crazy. I
Hey.
know it's not we. Yes.
You never know. Let me see if I can
Uh-oh.
bring this up here.
Okay. Maltipoo. Oh, is that like a Maltese and a poodle? A Maltipoo? Oh. The Royal We. Isn't that a channel about the royal family? I think I've seen that sometime. No, that's the
The
narcissist,
one you
isn't
remember,
it?
Rabbit?
That's her, yeah.
Yeah, and you see, there's Star Mama right there.
Okay. Yeah, I don't recognize her face.
On the right, on the top? See, I don't even know this
Yeah, there's Star
channel at
Mama.
all.
That's Maya on the left, right?
Yep, right here.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what's wrong with her. The jealousy is out of control and her hatred is awful.
Well, Merv genuinely believes that that's her case.
I know, and her being friends with Sandy Ruchak doesn't help either with her delusion.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
there's her stuff on Rumble.
Oh, yeah. When did Shannon come home? Well, we've got the timestamp from the security footage on the door, don't we?
Yeah.
You know what? They wanted that footage of her coming home from that, you know, bell or
Mhm.
door cam, whatever it is. And they
Yeah.
didn't put that out right away. They didn't put that out till later, which was
Well,
kind of weird because
there was a whole hoo-ha about that. Like, there was a kind of gross sort of claiming of ownership of that when it got leaked or something, and people on YouTube put
really,
it out, and then others would use the footage, and then there was a whole drama. Like, how dare you use this? Like, I put this out. Like, that kind of ownership sort of thing when it comes to true crime is just gross. You know?
it is. It's part of the story. Like it's
Yeah.
a fact. Nobody owns it.
Yeah, it's public information. You know, if it's legitimately public and you put it out there, you don't own it. It's for the public.
No, exactly. And it's public record, so there's nothing wrong being done.
Hmm.
But they don't like if you put out all the facts. They only want the facts they want out. And anytime, like she went after this other channel when she come back from vacation, just attacked the poor woman, and she didn't do a darn thing to her. Didn't even know who Merv was.
Is
All
this
because
the
she talked about.
is this the woman who lost her husband?
I don't think so. This one was called What's the Obsession?
Right. Okay.
No, she.
What's
no,
the Obsession was the one she attacked.
Yeah, but he's talking about the woman with her husband. No, that was the mother in Canada.
Is that
Yeah,
the mom of eight?
that's
Is that what
right.
you're thinking of?
That was the one that really angered me because
Oh yeah, it angered a lot of people.
it felt like there was something really conscious going on there, because how could she avoid the obvious hypocrisy of going straight after someone who had just lost their husband when her narrative, like from her narrative, is that that's exactly what happened to her. And she went as far as you could go with her claims about this woman who was literally grieving publicly. You know,
Yeah.
it was like she wanted people to get angry at the obvious hypocrisy of that.
And she claimed the woman's husband was part of the KKK, and
Yeah,
it
yeah.
was, you
It
know,
was
and
unbelievable.
she almost wanted.
He even went into
She
her
even
chat.
Didn't she even say something about proving that he had died?
Yeah, that was.
Yeah,
It was at least the insinuation. I don't know if she actually said it outright or not, but that was exactly what she was going for, right? And
exactly.
it was,
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. She
it was like
went
she was
after
getting off.
her something awful. And
Yeah,
Merv had no facts. No, none. It was
it was
just happening,
utter,
and
absolute
she didn't
speculation,
even give it a chance to find out the truth.
right?
And that woman had
Valerie,
all those children, and it was so disgusting of Merv.
Yeah,
she
yeah,
tried to say that woman's husband was part of the KKK because
yep,
of tattoos he had on him.
yep.
And that
But there
is no reason to assume anything.
was also a really gross insinuation that something wasn't right about the way he died.
I know.
That's true.
It really went that far.
Yeah, that's true. There
I
was.
mean, this woman's going through a nightmare, and then you have this person online, like you, Merv, accusing her of everything, and you're just so disgusting. And you should know better, but you don't care. As long as it's not happening to her, she could do anything to anybody. She doesn't care. That's the problem.
Right. You'd have to be an idiot not
Hey,
to notice the
hey.
hypocrisy.
Read that. I just put it up there.
The first night she
What?
noticed Mum of 8, she said, "How does this woman have 7,000 views?" She called the provincial police on her and waited for her to go live after being taken in for questioning. That's right, yeah, it's all coming back to me. Yeah.
Well, see, she was probably jealous because this woman has 7,000 people, or 7,000 views.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, like, Merv, if you have money or anything she can use that Merv can benefit from, it's not about facts and truth for Merv, okay? It's not about quality or getting things truthfully. Merv doesn't care about any of that. And that's the problem. She'll do anything to anybody, but she'll cry if you look at her sideways. Do you know what I'm saying? She's that kind of person.
Yeah. But to me, it was almost like there was something even more conniving going on. It felt like, because she's not an idiot, she had to know the claims of hypocrisy she would get, because that was her narrative. Her exact narrative is that she was hounded over her grief immediately, and she's doing exactly the same thing. So it felt like she knew that would be the reaction, and it would bring a lot of attention and a lot of views, and it did.
But I
Yeah.
think there's also another agenda. Merv is so pissed off and so angry, and she always needs the attention, okay? Because she's the grieving mother. So she's going to go annihilate this woman because Merv is the ultimate victim.
Well,
I think
don't
there's that
forget.
too.
Yeah.
Don't forget, there was another woman on YouTube, okay, that her community donated a large amount of money that the woman did not have to be on YouTube for a year.
What are you doing?
And Merv despised that woman because that woman did not have to come on and do,
Oh,
do
the
her
woman who
life.
was able to take off for a year?
Yes.
Oh,
Because,
yeah, she bitched and whined how
my community, my community didn't
my
do that.
community didn't do that. I mean, who says that? I mean, she lost a child. She should have been like, oh, that's so wonderful for her. I know how it feels. I'm so grateful. What a wonderful thing, and be happy for her. But Merv's not like that. Instead, it's, well, I didn't get that. And that's how she brings it up.
Yeah, so
It's not normal.
No.
So in between views and money, it sounds like that is what her whole chat is about. And
Yeah.
to me, I mean, if that is the only reason you want to be on YouTube, then you definitely have issues.
Well, she's got issues for sure.
I mean,
Well,
after her own son passed, she was monetized when she was in that bathroom talking. She was monetized.
Yeah.
well, like I said, but you know what? You still don't go after other creators because of their loss. That's still sickening.
But that poor mom of
And you,
8,
and you,
nobody knew what was happening. If anything, that woman
and
needed support, not attacking.
and there's no way you can
Well,
compare communities to another.
the thing,
There's
the
go
thing
ahead.
with mom, the thing with Mom of 8 is you just had to pay attention and watch a few of her videos to realize that she was going through some kind of breakdown. So she was all over
Mm-hmm.
the place. So of course you can look at it if you've got an agenda and say, why is she acting like this or like that? But
That's it.
you understand
You're right.
immediately what's going on.
But if you have empathy, you would just, wait and try to be a little supportive. She has all those children, and the
Yeah.
facts aren't even out yet. So why assume? That's awful. That's
Especially
just,
when you've had
terrible
a similar
thing.
situation occur, right?
I
Couple of
know, but that's the thing. She doesn't have any empathy. I mean, with that mom of 8, I felt sorry for her. There was no reason to be against this woman. There was no information out there that said she did anything wrong.
No.
So, and to do that really hurts a person. She's going through enough as it is. But Merv doesn't think like that. I don't believe Merv cares at all.
Ah, she didn't give a shit
Mm-mm.
at all.
No, and she proves that through her own actions, her own words, that she's like that. It's not an opinion, it's her own behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And Merv
Okay,
can't pull in views,
I have to say something real quick.
Yeah, Jenny.
I'm not sure what's going on in chat, but I don't put anything up on the screen that I don't have proof for.
Who's saying it's for?
Haven't since the day I started this channel. Nothing gets put up here that I don't have proof for.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, Destination says if you need proof to anything you hear here, it's there. That's right.
If there is a question and I miss it, please email me and I will send you proof. Or I will definitely bring it up on the next live. That is a guarantee.
Wow, what did somebody say?
Somebody brought up in here that we don't allow stuff that ain't proven in here, and that is true. We
That's
don't.
right.
Everything I have put up on this channel since day one, except for
That is
one
like-
rant,
That
Okay.
was not your fault.
has been proven.
That's
So
true. Because that's the golden rule here. If it ain't true, you don't say it. And if you have an opinion, you have to be very specific and be very careful and express that it's your opinion or thought. And you can only go so far. You can't go loopy and off the rails, you
No.
know? You could have an opinion, but you got to be reasonable. Like with the Delphi, where we're talking about just our opinion that there could possibly be another person. We stated why. It wasn't just some random thing that doesn't make sense, you know?
Mm-hmm.
that's true.
Well, that's it. Florida always shows proof and backs it up. And we don't talk behind walls. Anything we have to say, we just say it right out. Yes, Florida. Destin did compliment you about having proof here. That's right, JC, right? She did.
And that I thank her for, because like I said, I don't put stuff out that I don't have proof for.
Yeah, and if anybody wants something, like she said, her email's out there. Just email Florida.
Ask me.
And do me a favor, if you email her, give her a little time to answer. She does have a life besides YouTube, but she will answer. She does not ignore people.
No, I don't. Unless you're a rude bitch and you put "oh well" at the end of it.
Yeah, then you can go fuck off.
Okay.
Yeah, we're very outspoken here, Rabbit.
It's all good.
He's like, oh, my virgin ears, right, Rabbit?
Yeah.
Mhm.
He's like, shit, now my foot is defiled. My poor toes.
Yeah.
But, oh my gosh, I tell you, we have so many things that just comes right out of her own mouth, her own behaviors that Merv herself has put out there. This is
Mm.
not a he said, she said, or she said. No. Merv, it comes out of your own mouth, your own behavior. And it just amazes me that with the things she does, that anybody can follow her. Anybody can believe. Like you said, how do they not see it? That's a good question. Especially now, there's so much info out flying around everywhere about Merv with facts.
Well, we
So it
already
makes
know
no
that
sense.
she's the laughing stock of true crime, because
Oh yeah, she has a bad rep with true crime on here, Rabbit.
I mean, after she went into the Healthy Family Force, that was
Oh my God, the people cook in the bathroom.
that was
And that's where she goes. They didn't even, you know what? Scammers don't want another scammer. You're taking their money. So there's that, Merv. You know what she showed right before all this J-Bells crap? Scamanda. I don't know that story. Some woman, I guess, who faked cancer on YouTube. And it was on Hulu. And Merv was talking about that. And then boom, the next day, and ever since, she's been talking about J-Bells as if it even matters and as if half the shit's even true. And it's like, what, 5 years old?
The whole thing about J-Bells is it was all put out there and discussed on a different channel, of course, right? It wasn't MRB that had the scoop, unfortunately, for her, but there was a whole bunch of people over here, people that were a part of her channel
I
at
know
one
who
point.
he's talking about.
Yeah, and I do believe her sister as well was on that panel, and it's all there. It's all there. I think it was
Casbat and Loopy Lisa.
Loopy Lisa. Yeah, it was on her channel, and they all discussed
She's
it. And
terrible. The Merv always invalidates people. Hers is always the worst, the biggest. It's not a competition. More than one person can be hurt. It doesn't need to be the exact same circumstances. People's feelings matter. And you shouldn't be competing or, trying to outdo them. It's like she's sick, like you can't do that. You can't invalidate people. Like, look what Alicia said that, where is it? I want to make sure I have it right. I think this chat was so fast. I'm sorry. I'm looking to make sure. Said about the oh yes, I lost my baby of 1 month. I told this story for the first time in Merv's life, and she made it all about her son.
So sorry, Alicia.
I mean,
that's literally
it's
the worst
heartbreaking.
thing that could ever happen to anyone, any human being.
Right. And it's like, whatever hurts somebody, you don't invalidate their feelings. And, whatever their losses, their feelings, everybody, it matters.
It does.
Yeah.
And she's so cruel about it. That's what's really, I think, one of the ugliest things about Merv. And I'll be honest, I believe Merv is so ugly on the inside. That's why I don't see any beauty on the outside. Because when you're that ugly on the inside, there's no beauty on the outside in my eyes.
Yeah. And sometimes when people just don't have any ability to see things from someone else's point of view or understand how someone else might be feeling or even really be capable of properly listening, then they can be cruel unintentionally. They don't even know that they're being cruel or rude. It just naturally happens. And it would have to be pointed out to them for them to realize, oh shit, I can't get away from being in my own head and in my own universe.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's just being a human being that you would feel, excuse me, that you would have feelings of empathy for somebody. Just as a human being, like, oh my gosh, she lost a baby. I'm so sorry. And you would mean it because that is heartbreaking. But I don't think she feels things like that. Or she just redirects it back to her. Like, hey, I'm the grieving mother here. It's so sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, Snowline. I agree. That bitch has zero empathy for anyone.
See
You
what?
can't allow. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, you know, what Alicia's just described there and what JC is saying there. The amount of people I've seen say that same thing, that they were just totally invalidated. There's got to be a reason, you know. Even if you try and, you know, force yourself to kind of see things from her point of view, there's got to be a reason that there's so many people that once supported you that are saying the same thing, you know?
Well, she doesn't own anything. And if you don't own anything, you can't grow as a person. You can't become better.
Because she thinks that's a weakness. Any acknowledgement of any sort of perceived weakness for her, she doesn't see past the surface that it's actually a strength, right? To
Yes, I
acknowledge
agree with
mistakes.
you.
She
I
can't do
agree.
it.
It's a strength to admit you're wrong. And a lot of times when you admit you're wrong, it's not a big deal. People respect that. You know?
There's not a person alive that hasn't been wrong many, many times and made mistakes.
I
That's just
know.
part of the human condition.
I mean, I've made mistakes on here
You're not-
and we laugh
if you-
and we
if you
all
haven't
laugh
made a
together.
If you haven't made a
You
mistake
know, you
at least
laugh at
once in your
something.
life, you're not human.
Right. That's
Exactly.
it. There's no such thing as perfect person.
But the problem is owning up to your mistakes,
Yeah, that's what we're
Owning it.
talking about.
owning
She
your
doesn't
actions,
own up to it.
and she cannot own any action she has done.
And like Rabbit said, when you own up to a mistake, it shows strength, but she sees it as a weakness. That's her perception.
Yeah, it's called humility. And
Oh, I don't think she has any.
she doesn't.
She's arrogant. In my opinion, I mean, I'm not a doctor, but obviously, but I would say she's like, you know, I know people throw this around a lot, but I swear to God, I really feel that she seems to line up with the word narcissist and the way they define it.
I dropped 2 links in the
You know,
chat.
that's
One's
my
to help.
opinion. Just my opinion.
I've dropped 2 links in the chat. One's to Hell to the No, and one is to Boondocks Dumb Fuckery. If there's any questions about proof that people were asking for in there, go check out the lives. Go check out the videos in those 2 channels. There's plenty of more other channels, but go check them out because there is proof in there if anybody needs it. I mean, I know a lot of you've already seen them, but go check them out. I mean, it even shows the disdain she has for her own family in some of them. Okay.
Oh my gosh, yes. Even like when her son died and she's in that bathroom. Oh, I don't know if that anger come from the grief she's going through, but don't get me wrong, I don't want to judge it because that's a hard time. But why would you put that kind of thing on YouTube? Do you know what I'm saying? If
Yeah.
you're gonna say why, like, and talk about your sister and stuff, and say why my kids, why not someone else's kids? I don't think that belongs on YouTube.
Mm.
While maybe you may say things, maybe you don't really mean it. Maybe you're just going, through a horrific time. But that's exactly why it should not be on YouTube. You know what I'm saying, Rabbit?
Correct.
Yeah.
But those are still remaining on YouTube. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense to me.
No, it's not healthy.
No, and you can't live your entire life on YouTube. She doesn't seem to be able to drive without YouTube or going live or take a walk without going live. It's just too much.
Yeah.
Well, Peggy, I agree. She should have turned to her family, not YouTube. But you know what? She could even that I will kind of disagree to a point, because if nothing else, she had a private Zoom. Okay. Why bring it to the live YouTube streets when it was a private
why
Zoom?
talk? I always say YouTube is not a diary, people. It's not your diary. But Merv treats it like a diary. Talks about her own family and everything. Crazy.
Well, hopefully that new thing gets passed to where the mommy bloggers have to stop doing what they're doing. They're going to put some
to the kids.
for the kids into the mommy
Using the
bloggers
kids.
now.
Yeah, using the kids to sell stuff or for whatever. It's crazy. Snow Lion. I can certainly understand how anger can quickly creep into and overtake grief. It has certainly happened to me. But I don't pimp myself out on YouTube every night, for fuck's sake. That's right. That's it. And you wouldn't leave it up, You can understand a person in that moment, perhaps being angry. It's totally understandable. But you don't leave that crazy shit up.
Well, here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing, okay? It's not just that. I know everybody reverts back to that, but it's not.
I'm just trying to say that you could say things you don't mean, but why would you leave it on YouTube? Why would you put it out there and then leave it there? That's not okay.
I know, I get that, but what I'm trying to say is everybody seems to revert back to that single moment. Okay? It's not that.
I don't think she's ever stopped.
She has been doing this. You know what? I've seen it, but I didn't know what to call it until I started watching something else the other day. She has been pulling this long con for years. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
It is a long con.
This is really interesting, Rabbit. It's crazy. Like, it's not a good thing, but it's,
She runs both the long and the short con. The short con is like when she needed the money for her taxes, and everybody said, okay, just keep the GoFundMe money that we've already donated for the lawyer. That was the short con. She hurried up and got the money because it was already there. The long con is everybody feeling sorry for her and feeling empathy for her and feeling like she's being the victim. She's always the victim, or she's always sick.
Yeah.
That's the long con, people. She will be a victim for the rest of her life if people continue to allow it and give her money. She is the same age I am. Why in the hell did she not have a job that pays her or has some kind of benefits at her age? I do. You cannot live off somebody else's limited income as you're playing victim. She is a con. She is a scammer. She is a grifter.
Yeah, Peggy, I remember that. It's a crime. What was her name? Linda? She was so jealous of that channel.
Yeah, she's done that to more than one channel. She's even unsubscribed to some that she said used her platform to grow their channels.
Hmm.
Okay? Which she has done. Because they were in her chat at one time and they decided because they wanted their own channel, wanted their own freedom of speech, okay, that they used her. No, they didn't use her. She swore up and down that I only wanted 500 subscribers so I could monetize and get money. This channel still ain't monetized.
You'll be monetized soon.
No, Rabbit, I can be now.
What's that?
I can be now. I don't want to get.
Oh, you don't?
No, I can be
Nothing
now.
wrong with that.
But she tried to tell everybody in her community that I bought subs in here to get to the threshold I needed to monetize.
All right, okay, got you.
It doesn't happen. Like I said, she's projecting all of her shit onto everybody else. That.
Well, that's it. Yeah. Thanks, Laurie.
Just like she projected onto Rabid. She projected onto Robbie. She projected onto Heather. But it's out of her own words.
I think one of the most revealing things was when she had the thing with Natasha. Natasha got under her skin like I've never seen anyone. And I think it was really revealing because she had such contempt for Natasha. Like, how dare this person who's beneath me have these kind of numbers and are daring to cover the Chris Watts case when I am the be all and end all of that case.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so funny because she would put so much effort into try and win the argument, and she could never win it because Natasha didn't really give a monkey's really about her. She would just casually poke fun out of her without even trying. It was such a revealing confrontation and revealing. She has that contempt for so many people.
She does.
Because she's the center of the universe.
If she's not the center of the universe, she is the victim.
Right.
I mean, think about it. Who in their right minds wants to go in and tell, whether it's a grieving parent, a grieving grandparent, a grieving anybody, into grief groups, and tell people that I'm being bullied on YouTube? Do you think they give a rat's ass?
Yeah.
They have other things on their minds than to worry about YouTube.
Yeah, you should not take YouTube serious.
Me crap, if I did, do you think I'd be standing up here dancing to the damn peanut butter and jelly song?
Oh, I love it.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
I
Jenny.
remember that.
Okay. Yeah, that was funny.
You remember that when she told Glitter she had 42,000 subs she was bringing over there?
Yeah.
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 Do you remember when she went and had BX Beast Boys?
Oh, yeah.
Email?
That didn't work out well for her, did it?
No.
Yeah, that's right, JC. MRB was so beside herself, furious when she found out I was on Critical Case panel talking about the Chris Watts case. She had no idea that I was actually giving the counter argument at that point in time on the case, and she exorcised me from the community on a live while I was on that panel. It was so funny.
Crazy. Yeah, Beastie Boy told her straight up. Mm-hmm. I mean,
He
don't get me
knew
wrong.
he was being played. Like it's her lack of empathy again, that she wouldn't realize that Beastie Boy would figure out what was going on there, that she was trying to use him for her YouTube squabbles. And he was like, no, I'm not playing your game, sorry. And I'm going to put it out there.
Well, she don't like the facts and the truth. She has to put her slant in her opinion, and she's not objective. She doesn't present both sides.
One of our biggest mistakes was confusing how much power she thought she had because of the case and because the size of her channel. She thought,
You got that right.
hmm?
You got that right.
Yeah. And even to her, it must have been a reality shock to see that she didn't quite have the power she thought she did.
Not at all. That's why her channel is the way it is.
Glitter told her to take her sleeping subscribers and leave. She got called out for drumming up drama and poaching theirs. She even tried that multiple times at Grizzlies. Grizzly won't stand for that shit over there.
It's so, excuse me, it's so bizarre. She's always thinking somebody's trying to take her channel. What channel? You don't do anything, Merb. You don't have anything. You ruined it yourself because you got lazy. And like you're saying, Rabbit, she had this and she thought she could just float on it without effort forever. And it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Very unrealistic.
You know, like I told you guys the last time we had a live, I told you about that channel that, I told you guys to all watch, it seemed decent. And then I told you last week that the man's a con artist and he's used people for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he does the long con and the short con, and I also told you about Reese, and I would highly suggest if anybody's subscribed to that one to unsubscribe because she's as big as con as he is. You know, she's doing the same shit that Merb's doing over here. You know, feel sorry for me and she's the victim. You know, and it's, you can't do shit like that all the time because people cannot support their home in somebody else's home.
Yeah, when I put a post, because Jimmy said, we need money. And I put a post about the court case and how she's lying and that if they need money, it's not the public's problem. And she deleted my post. And what's so funny is when I told her something, and then she left a part of it, my big comment, but the other part, she deleted it. And then she says that, that I didn't delete anything, but she deleted the part where I accused her of deleting her. So it doesn't even show that I told her that. That's how she did. You know, she's not that smart, really. And she has a very big mouth because all this stuff comes out of her own mouth.
Hi, Soul. Well, that's
Hi,
the
Soul.
thing. We've all seen things and we've heard things. You
And
know,
she's
and
the one who said it.
Well, like me and Irene, okay? She never attacked me like she did a lot of you in here. Never. She never did it to Irene either. So what she calls hate group, I don't hate the woman. I hate her actions.
That's right.
Okay? I hate
Oh my God.
the shit she's trying to pull over everybody. I hate her lack of compassion, her lack of empathy, her lack of morals.
And humanity.
So I could,
She'll treat
so
people
neither
like
one of us could ever
dirt.
be accused of, because she called you out and called you bullshit. What is she going to tell people about me? I got a whole bunch of speeding tickets when I was younger.
And there's nothing about me either. And that's, I think, what burns her ass.
I've been
Because we
divorced.
don't have anything for her to talk about.
I've been divorced. Guess what?
Big
You
whoop.
guys
So have
already
you,
know
Merv.
that.
She doesn't get these things. She doesn't seem to comprehend them. It's like when she talks. She's always contradicting herself. She's always saying things, and then like, oh, if people have to say this, this, or that, well, then you know it's not true, or else they wouldn't be telling you. And it's like, that's just manipulative bullshit. It's okay if you want to say something positive about yourself. Don't let people like Merb kick you down. Don't believe it. Because she would like to control and manipulate so many things. And it just doesn't, you should never believe what she's saying. Because she'll talk about, how she does so much for her community. What? What does she do for her community besides take their money? She doesn't do anything for her community. And we're not, she doesn't even have to do monetary things involving money or anything. She could just be kind. She could be decent. She could care.
Sherry. We are not strong arming anybody and telling anybody that they can't go to another channel.
Exactly.
Go to any channel you want.
And we don't ask anybody for anything either.
Go do your research.
Expect anything. Yeah, we encourage it. Do your own research. Think for yourself. Go here, go there, wherever you want, and think for yourself. That is the best way.
And I'll tell you, a good true crime channel should be coming back online again here soon if Rabbit gets his butt in gear. Because Rabbit, I have seen him. You ought to.
Get it wrong on Sarah Boone.
Was it the Delphi case that you zoomed in? I mean, you did Google Earth and this boat, there it was, and you figured out how many feet or whatever miles or it was?
Oh, yeah. I've had my moments, Florida.
Well, see, you're making the effort. You're doing the real research. The only time I see Mer do any research is looking up people and looking and digging where her nose don't belong.
Yeah.
Well, like I said,
Yeah,
I
like
watched
Rosemary.
his one day. Actually, more than one day. I watch his when he had him up all the time. But I mean, he had the maps. He get Google Earth. He took you right down to as close as he could get you.
That's good.
Yeah, I was. I had a period of time there. I was like a second-rate Grey Hughes.
Oh, but you know what? That's it. Be yourself, Rabbit. You know, you do a good job. Just do you. That's when it works out the best. Is when
You just
people
need to
are
be-
themselves.
If you're just interested in a case, then it's easy. That's all it takes. You know, and
But you
curiosity.
don't.
But the good thing, like in Rabbit's chat, is he lets both sides come through.
Yeah, he lets people have an opinion.
Yeah,
Yeah, damn right.
I mean, you can't sit in the chat and only hear one side of it and
Well,
form
you do the
and get
same
a
thing in
correct
here
opinion.
too. We've had differences of opinion in here, and it's fine as long as somebody's not harassing or bullying anybody. There's no problem to have a difference of opinion. But Merb can't tolerate that. I think you're right, Rabbit, that she sees it as a weakness instead of if she makes a mistake, it's a strength to own up to it. But she don't see it that way.
See,
And
it's
also,
kind of. Sorry, on you go.
no, go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Rabbit.
It's very interesting to me to think about what it was about the Chris Watts case that grabbed her the way it did. Because you cannot deny she was genuinely invested in that case. And I know it was her first case, but there was a reason for it. But I think it's because she's so strongly identified with Shanann, right? Which is interesting.
I don't know if it's that or she in my opinion, I know this is going to sound weird, but in some weird way, she tries to align herself with people that have kids that have been murdered. Because she's friends with Sandy Ruchek. She made friends with Rosemary D'Alessandro. And in both of those situations were quite different. Their children were actually murdered. And just speaking for myself, God forbid, and I got to knock on wood, so if I never want to be in those shoes, whether it's a loss or from any way. You never want to lose a child. And I would never be able to inundate myself with constant true crime about children. And then, as you say, she doesn't even investigate it properly, but she'll throw it out there. And she'll throw it out there. And it's like, no, nobody wants to see crime against children all the time. That's things that people, try their best to avoid. And sometimes when it's a real big case and it's in there, okay, you can't avoid it, but you don't have to constantly focus on it. So that never made sense to me.
Well, I think you've hit on something interesting there, right, Irene? Because I've always thought that sometimes for some people in cases like that, where obviously victims are kind of sainted in a way. Like they become eternally sainted, you know? And sometimes the way people attach themselves to victims,
Mm-hmm.
it's almost like they're hoping some of that
Oh, like a
virtue
shield.
rubs off on them. Like they can
Like a
share in some of
shield.
the virtue.
See, but if somebody really pushes the envelope, victim or not, they're going to be called out because right is right and wrong is wrong. You cannot use that as an excuse for bad behavior.
Yeah. Well, I think
You don't
a lot,
stop being accountable.
like, I think people that might end up doing that have no idea that that's what's going on.
I
That
don't know. I think Merb seems to play the grief card pretty good.
no, I
You
just
know,
mean, and
she's always falling back
yeah,
on it.
yeah, yeah, no, yeah, yeah, she could be conscious of this kind of desire to share some of that virtue for sure. I mean,
And sometimes you know, she also, I think she uses it like a shield, and it morphs. It's like a shapeshifter, the way she views it. It's a shield. It's I'm a grieving mother, or feel sorry for me, or how dare you? I'm a grieving mother. It's like, why do you throw that up? Why is all the talk about you? If you're such a grieving mother, where's the love? Where are the words about, oh, I miss my son? Why is it all about you? You know what I'm saying?
well, in regards to that case, I think because she so strongly identified with Shanann that she kind of felt like she was defending herself, you know?
Maybe. Could
That,
be.
you know, that's one thing that's going on, but it's not objective true crime, right?
Right. Right. She's very biased and like she presents one side. And it's like everybody knows, and I always use this as an example when you go to court. They don't present you with just one side. There's opposing views. And like you said, you got kicked out just for simply having an opposing view. And if you don't have a mature discussion with opposing views and you
Mhm.
don't keep your mind open, then how you gonna really form an educated opinion based on facts and information if you're not willing to at least, you know, because like when people get together, they may think of things you didn't. You know what I mean? And it could be
Yeah.
really interesting. But she
Yeah.
doesn't allow for that.
Yeah. I just don't think she cares why it occurred. Like what it was. Like what was it that went on in Chris Watts' brain, in his past, in his genes, or in his relationship with Shanann, with the kids, with his family? Like what was it that triggered things to that extent? Like some people just don't care really. You know, they just want, it's kind of binary where it's like this is the bad monster, and here are the angelic
No, I
victims.
think it's more complex than that, especially when you take a guy that nobody says anything bad about and that he bent over backwards and did everything for her. That piques my interest. Like, what the hell happened here? You know?
Well, exactly, right?
Yeah.
Because there's many, I believe that he obviously was messed up in his brain, but I believe that a whole list of certain events had to happen the way that they did for him to be capable of doing what he did.
I know what you're saying. Like, something had to lit the fuse and keep it burning, but he was ultimately responsible for the boom at the end. But something antagonized it, something stirred it, you know, brought
Yep.
it to life in some
I
way.
think, and I think it. Don't get me wrong. I think it was definitely more than an affair.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I think all the time that she spent away from him was the longest they have ever been apart. And even though there was the controlling phone calls and stuff, he still had some freedom, you know? And I think once he got away from it and was able to breathe, in my opinion, I personally believe he would have left, girlfriend or not. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, the lights clicked on like, oh, I don't have to live like this on camera all the time. Or I don't have to jump all the time. That, because don't forget, she was the only serious person he ever dated. So this is a dude
Right.
without
Yeah.
even experience.
Well, think about it this way, right? NK was literally the mirror image of Shanann, right?
She did look a
Now,
lot like her, didn't she? You mean like
well,
physically?
I mean the opposite. Like her personality was the opposite of Shanann's.
Yeah, she
Oh,
was.
okay. I thought you meant like in appearance they had
Yeah, I said that.
similarities.
Yeah, I said that wrong. I meant like she was the exact opposite, personality-wise, right?
Yes, she was more
But
like a free bird kind of person,
yeah, she was
where she let him
gregarious.
be him.
Yeah, she was just a different she was just a different kind of person. But
He had a voice. That's what I think it was. He had a voice for a change.
well, I
You know?
think he was inhibited his whole life, and I imagine he had a whole list of failures as he was growing up and he was maturing.
Mm-hmm.
He never really had a proper girlfriend until Shanann.
No.
And when
So he
Shanann came
didn't have
along,
anything.
I think when Shanann came along, he couldn't believe his luck that she was interested in him, and she wasn't at first. It took
Yes.
a bit of time for her to kind of, think
I
that
know
this
what
could
you're
be something.
saying. He's so busy feeling badly about himself that he doesn't think about what he deserves. He's just grateful that somebody
Yeah.
showed interest.
Well, yeah, pretty much, right? He just, he was
Mm-hmm.
he couldn't, like him being with someone like Shanann that looked like Shanann, that was
Uh-huh.
ambitious and successful to a degree, and he had the 2.4 children kind of lifestyle, the American dream that was on the surface. That was a dream
Right.
for him because he never knew
Right. There were
that he could
positive things there for him.
then.
Only what it presented as wasn't really what it was, though.
Yeah, because his you have to assume that his true character was deeply within himself. He never dreamed in a million years that someone like NK would be interested in him. And then
Mm-hmm.
when he was finally content, I don't think he was that happy, but he was content with Shanann and the life and the kids.
Mm-hmm.
So he managed to get himself physically in shape and become more socially adept to a degree. And that's what
Mm-hmm.
attracted NK. And
Yeah.
NK was jealous of his life, right? She wanted to have that life.
I
And it was like
know.
a perfect storm. Like, because
Yeah.
you've got to believe that NK was someone that he would more have desired as he was kind of maturing in things. And
Well, that's it, because he didn't have any experience.
that's right. He just was never successful in that with people like NK. He was a kind of nerdy kind of
He
kid.
had such a narrow life. He went to the prom because a girl asked him, and his first serious girlfriend was Shanann. So he
Yeah.
never got to figure out what it was he really wanted.
Yeah. Well, he just buried it way deep inside because he didn't think it was achievable. And then all of a sudden, he's got it.
Yep.
And
Uh-huh.
all
I don't
this.
think he would have. I don't think he would have ever been happy with NK because she wanted the life he already had, and he already had it, and he did not. He wasn't
Yeah.
happy with it.
Well,
But the life he had was not really, like, from NK's viewpoint, it looked like a great life. She didn't know about all the debt and all
Yeah,
the
but what I'm
stress
saying is,
and him not wanting to be on camera. The grass always looks greener from the outside. You know what I'm saying?
right? What I'm saying is that's not. I don't think
I think she wanted the home and the family.
Yeah, but I think
Right.
that he had matured enough that he wanted something besides something more
More than
just
what somebody else told him he wanted. Maybe.
I think he wanted more. I think he was trying to build, get more out of life than just a home and a family.
Yeah.
I think he was trying to maybe find himself and he was struggling with it. What do you think, Rabbit?
Well, that's what I think essentially happened, is that he was only really his true self again after years and years of being in autopilot with
Mm-hmm.
NK. It was like a whirlwind relationship. I mean, just look at all the things they were up to, their adventures and things, and all the
Right.
talk about the relationship and the sexual aspects of it. He was on cloud nine.
Well, even like with besides the sex, even just going and doing something that he actually liked to do was a big thing for him.
Yeah.
Like what? Somebody cared about what I want to do that I would enjoy?
Yep.
It's kind of like a kid in a candy store. Like, what is all this? I didn't know I could have all this.
Yeah. It's like he was so detached from Shanann and the kids that he simply had to kind of rewind and erase the last few years because he now had everything he wanted. And he was such a coward that
Yes.
he couldn't just publicly
And
have
he's
people know.
responsible to speak up when he didn't like something. Like if he didn't want to be on camera all the time, it was his responsibility to speak up and set boundaries. And then it would be up to Shanann to respect them or not. And if they're not respected, then he should have just left and then not did what he did.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think
Because,
Shanann kind of in his brain, she became a kind of surrogate mother in some respect.
I think she
Rabbit,
became like
they're
a slave
asking,
owner.
they're asking in
in my
chat if you
opinion.
think drugs were involved, because drugs in Colorado are everywhere.
Well, he was on a whole
know.
bunch of like steroid type stuff,
Oh,
wasn't he?
really?
And
I don't know. I know he
and
wore
he
those patches
he was taking the patches.
and he doubled up on them. And she
Yeah,
was even wearing them during pregnancy, which you're not supposed to.
yeah.
And I don't know if that's all he did or not, because he's not, like some guys, the way they're built, they can bulk up a little bit without help. Everybody's built different. And some guys, they just can't bulk up without maybe steroids or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he looked like the kind of guy that I don't know that he would bulk up like that, because he really worked out pretty hard though.
And
So
pretty
it's kind
quickly.
of hard to say,
Pretty quickly as well. I mean, he got himself in
Yeah,
tip-top shape.
it makes you wonder. And then that time when Shanann was sick in South Carolina, it's like, I don't know. Did he really give her something? Was it those patches she was wearing during pregnancy when you're not supposed to? I don't know.
Well, he did claim that he tried to poison her. But
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I also wonder if the patches did anything as well. Like, in other words,
think so, yeah.
what he did
I
and the
think
patches made it worse.
Yeah, I think it was a part of it. But regarding whether he tried to poison Shanann, like that was about the third or fourth version of the story, so you can't believe anything.
I
Sherry
know.
death
That's
might
the
have been involved.
problem. See, and when she was still in South Carolina, they knew that marriage was in trouble. Her mother knew it too. And why she says later she didn't know, you know what? That woman Unjustified? She has the transcripts from the discovery and she reads it. And it's on her website. And if you go to number 14, it talks about that in the discovery that they
Yeah, I've got.
knew that marriage was in trouble between Shanann and Christopher Watts, even though Sandy says no, that she didn't know. They knew. There's even a thing in there where the hairdresser, because her mother was a hairdresser, someone that worked there was telling somebody else, like, oh, yeah, that, that she knew that their marriage was in trouble and they were going to be separated.
Mhm.
So, and it's in the discovery, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you go to that channel, she has them all under a playlist, and you can hear that in number 14.
Yeah. I've got
So,
the discovery, but it was redacted at one point. I don't know if there was more released or not.
well, I know like the discovery had changed over time. I'm not sure which one she reads, but she reads so much at a time, and there's like 30 different videos. So
Mhm.
she has a lot of information, like factual information. And as she's reading it, she is also displaying it.
Mhm.
So it's not like she's making it up or no,
Yeah.
she's not.
Yeah.
And it's just and I don't know. There's just a lot of things that just don't add up. I
hadn't
mean,
heard
I'm
about
not
that one,
saying
Cherry.
in any way that she's responsible for him murdering them. Absolutely not. But like you said, there's things that happen along the way, and what happened. That's what I, try to figure out. To the best you can, and you can
Yeah.
only do that by getting more facts, having discussions of facts.
If you watch her walk into that door that night, I know it's kind of grainy and it's got poor resolution, but she has a certain walk that I think you can recognize, because she had not long found
Uh-huh.
out that it was pretty much done, right? She knew that he was cheating on her. She seen the receipts from the credit card,
Yes,
and
yes, and he was,
she was
you know,
she was walking with her unborn child inside her. She had a
like
walk of
tired.
fury, and I think
She
she just confronted him.
a walk with fury. Is that what you said?
Yeah, she was
Uh-huh.
furious as she was walking back
Mm.
to the home, and she wore the pants in that relationship. And I think
Oh
she just
yeah.
gave it big time to him, and
See,
him
and
being
that,
the psychopath he is, he just snapped, and that's all that happened.
yeah, and that's what's crazy about it
That's
is
the
like
name of it,
she wore the
Cherry. Just
pants, and at
unmasked.
the same time, he never would speak up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he can't like have it both ways either, you know? And but if some, you know what, you got to think too that yes, he's responsible for speaking up for himself, absolutely. But at the same time, if somebody, for whatever the reason, is not speaking up, it doesn't mean that you don't take their feelings into consideration either. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, there's no doubt Shanann had flaws, and I think in
Yeah.
retrospect, looking back, I think in general, the kind of consensus in regards to that, I think now kind of is a bit unfair. And even from I've said some pretty negative things about Shanann, and they can still be true, but at the end of the day, not have anything really to do with the ultimate judgment on the
Yeah,
case.
exactly.
Shanann was no different from so many other mothers and wives. She was a bit pushy and she was a bit controlling, but there's millions of other people just exactly the same. She was just
That's
unlucky
it. We're
enough
all
to
going
get together with a
through life
psychopath.
trying to, do the best we can, and we make mistakes along the way. And nobody is saying in any way, shape, or form that her or the babies deserved what he did. Absolutely not.
No, no one deserved what happened to them. That's
But
And I
if you're
guess
being
she got unlucky with him.
yeah,
Oh,
and
I know.
if you're being as objective as you possibly can covering a true crime case, you still have to speak about such things, right? Because what's the point otherwise?
Right.
If you really want to try and understand what went on in this case, you can't ignore, potential flaws in victims.
No, because to understand everything, you literally need to understand as much as you can. And it doesn't mean that you're saying, oh, it was justified. Not at all.
Right.
Because just like, like that book, Baby Wise. Oh, my God.
Don't
That
get into
was
that
like,
book.
What?
Don't get into that book.
Okay. All right, we'll bypass that. But let's just say that people do the best they can, and nobody's perfect. People make mistakes. And that's what I mean. Like, and it's everybody. It's not just her or whatever, but like I was saying before, just as an example, for whatever reason, if a person doesn't speak up, whether it's the husband or the wife, the other person shouldn't take that and run them over with it either. Do you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah. And that's another point of true crime, is what we can take away from it, what we can kind of learn about human beings and about relationships and things. It can be a bit of an insight to things like that. There was always problems in the relationship.
Right. And the money was, very stressful too. This would be like their second bankruptcy.
Right. Yeah, and you can't ignore that.
Like this also, don't you think this also helps to know, like red flags that might be in the relationship to keep yourself safe from somebody like Chris Watt?
Irene, hold on 1 minute.
Okay.
The reason I did not want her to get into that book is I know Irene's opinion on that book. Okay.
Well, it's not just the book. It's also the way she utilized it.
But that's what I'm saying. I know Irene's opinion on that book and the way she talks about that book. And it is very difficult.
It's the truth.
Well,
yeah. Because I can't, you'd have to see, and I'd have to gather things to really talk about that, because it is kind of, like Florida's saying, it's a little more involved, so.
But like I said,
that's a better idea
it's
not
something
to.
that I know her passion on it
Mm-hmm.
or against it. So it's just not.
Let's just keep it simple and say it's kind of a detached way of dealing with children. That's all. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
And because I don't want to get too much into opinion. Do you know what I mean? So that's a good point,
Yeah.
But go ahead, Rabbit, what you were going to say.
Can't remember where I was.
Well, the thing I was saying, what do you think about that? That knowing things also helps you to, if possible, try to be aware of the red flags.
Well, yeah, to me, that's always been another aspect of true crime, right? Is what we take away from what we learn ourselves about relationships in general and about other people in general. I know it's a bit extreme because you're talking about psychopaths in people like Chris Watts.
Like for nobody to be able to say anything bad about him and for him to do something that's extreme, I don't believe there weren't any red flags. I think there were.
Yeah, there were. Yeah.
I think there had to have been something. I think there had to have been something that maybe just not enough attention was paid. That they weren't
and don't forget, when you're married, you trust the person too. And sometimes you can miss something because you trust them.
True, but like I said, I just think maybe there wasn't enough attention paid, or.
To be honest, I don't think there's anything Shanann could have done.
No, she.
Prevented.
I don't think she could have done it, but it's something where, sadly, after this tragedy happened, that maybe other people could learn to look for things. Do you know what I'm saying? Like moving forward. Like
Absolutely.
for
Yeah.
me, I'll give you one example. In my opinion, I think the fact that he was willing to bend over backwards constantly and never have a voice and speak up, and and his wife, or even if it was the opposite, you know, if Shanann was that way, but let's not put her. I'd rather leave this on him because he's the psycho, and that's where I'm going. So I think it's a red flag that it's not normal for a person to never express disapproval, or I don't like this, or
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
don't make me feel good, and I'm going to stand up for myself in an assertive way and
Mhm.
communicate this to my partner. And the fact that he didn't do that and he went along with everything,
Yeah.
I don't think that is normal. Okay? I think that itself is a red flag. Do you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Absolutely. It's not a sign of a healthy relationship that's that one-sided.
Right, and
Yeah.
I'm not blaming her. He's
Yeah,
No, no,
responsible for
I know.
speaking up for himself.
Yeah.
So I think that's a red flag. You can't just say, "Oh my God, he loves you so much, he'll do anything."
Mm.
Be careful with that. You know,
Yeah.
if he speaks up when he don't like something and he gets to be also who he is, then fine. Otherwise, I'd be not comfortable with that.
Yeah. I mean, if she had been more alert to what was going on, she should have been wondering why he was so sedate, you know? Um,
Mm-hmm.
thing is,
Like
like in
why are you
any,
so willing to give up you? You don't have to
yeah,
give up you to be with me. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be
yeah.
that way.
Thing is, as well, like people often kind of project an image of who they hope the other person is,
I
and
know.
initially, anyway, and
Well, didn't
eventually,
they say that he cared so much about that? Remember, being the good guy, being the good husband, being the good father. So he seemed to have this problem of speaking up. He was more worried about the appearance of it, you know?
yeah, yeah,
Well, even if it, all right, like Jenny said, she didn't care it was her way or the highway. Even if that's true, okay, there's nothing stopping him from saying, you know what, we need to talk. This is not okay. I don't agree with this. You know,
good
that's what he
night,
should have done.
Peggy.
The best way, you know, I could say it is, you don't need to give up you to be with me. That should not be like that. And it you, in my opinion, also the way, and this is how I live. You don't have the right to ask something from someone that you yourself are not willing to give. If you
yeah. Well
expect it
said.
from someone, you should be able to give it to someone,
Yeah,
Well,
right?
and don't get and there's something that we've all noticed in the last what 5, 10 years. All right, people are getting to where it seems like humans are being more disposable.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It's just it's almost like that is their easy way out. They're just disposable, and a human is not disposable.
hmm.
I mean,
Yeah,
think about it. Look at how many people. Look at how many cases have been on with families that have been totally devastated. I mean, that have been devastated. I mean, this goes clear back to that woman that drowned her kids in the car.
oh yeah,
Her kids were disposable because she wanted another man that
yeah.
didn't want
I
kids.
know.
What was her
I
name again?
know. Which
Was it
one? Diane Downs or Susan Smith.
I thought you were
Susan
talking.
If you're
Smith.
talking about the two little boys in the car that
talking
went into
Susan
the
Smith.
water, that's
Yeah.
Susan Smith. Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. It just seems like I said, in the last 5, 10, 15 years,
That's it. People are not
what
disposable.
has got people to the level of disposing of humans?
I mean, these are babies. This is a pregnant woman. This is a young woman. I don't care. I'm not saying she is. I'm just making a point. If somebody's a total bitch, you have no right to take their life. You pick your ass up and you walk away. That's it. There's never an excuse for that. Unless it's self-defense, there is no excuse for that. No
Well-
matter how the other person's
I mean-
acting, you leave.
I mean, think
You
about it.
leave. That's it.
I mean, think
You
about
know
it.
what I'm
Since
saying?
this whole case started, okay, since the Watts case started, we have seen that family annihilator in Orlando that people did not know,
Yeah.
the whole house, okay? We seen that guy we watched about that guy driving around in a van with his murdered family in the van for what, a week?
God.
And like I said, her drowning them kids because she wanted another man. We just watched
It's
this
disgusting.
good old psychopath Sarah Boone over there that put this,
Ugh.
zipped him up in a suitcase because what?
I mean, when the guy was begging, you just wouldn't have the heart to just sit there and hear that and do nothing, you know?
Well, she even when I was arguing against the charge, it was obvious that she was torturing him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the very, very least, she was torturing him. She knew that he didn't want to goddamn well be in there for much longer, right?
Well, that's what I mean. Why don't these people just leave? Just leave. You don't like it, you're not happy, leave. You know?
Sometimes in our, I hesitate to say this because I've not seen all the details of the trial yet. It sounds like she was just way more the abusive one, but the way I was imagining the relationship before is that it was a kind of back and forth abusive type of relationship. And sometimes you have those kind of love-hate relationships where they almost get addicted to the chaos.
It's almost like they don't have the courage to move on. Like the devil is better you know than the devil you don't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's never a good thing. People just need to be honest with themselves. And, I think people don't do the right thing because the right thing can be hard. And that's why a lot of people don't do it. But you're always better off by being honest, being real, and doing the right thing.
Well,
Like, look at Sarah. Now she's in prison. This man is gone.
Yeah.
Shanann and 3 beautiful babies are gone. For what? And where's his life? In the toilet. I mean, it's just nonsense. It makes no sense. And this is why, people try to analyze, try to see things, because unfortunately, we are in a position that Shanann wasn't. Shanann was emotionally attached to this man. She trusted him. We are more objective. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important to try to understand things like this, because I don't believe there are no flags. There are flags. Like, what other flag can you think of, Rabbit? Like me saying that you don't have to give up you to be with me. That's one flag I see from him.
Yeah, well, I think just his...
Because no matter how somebody treats you, yeah.
It seems as though she was like 100% in control of everything. That he didn't have a say in anything. And that should be a red flag, no matter how beta male someone is. No one's.
Right.
It's a problem if someone is that kind of walked
See,
over.
you know how like a bicycle wheel has different spokes, right?
Hmm.
I think like that is like a spoke. And the real problem would be the center. And the spokes are like the red flags. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because, him never speaking up for himself. He's responsible to communicate too, and say, hey, I don't like this.
Yeah.
But and like I said, it's not just that case anymore. I mean,
No. That
like I
case
said,
I
we had
posted
the,
on your post page is a family annihilation thing from 2020, Rabbit.
Yeah, I tried
That
to
thing.
have a look there, but it's not available in my country.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's
Then maybe
okay.
I got the thing wrong. I don't know.
I've got the name now. I'll find it.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
look at the cases. I mean, look at the cases that are going on. I mean, that's even just been on. Even the woman like the Black Swan lady down here. I mean,
Ugh.
she tried to say that she was protecting herself when she shot the man. I mean, really?
Yeah, I don't know. People taking other people's lives so easy. It's scary.
That's it. It's just like I said. To me, it seems like human beings are getting to be disposable now, and it it is just a lack of, what is it? Emotion, a lack of,
Humanity, a lack of compassion, of having a conscience.
I think in general, like over the last few decades, like in Western culture, people have grown a lot more detached and shallow. We kind of live in the fast food age of quick celebrity and this notion that kids can be celebrities tomorrow, and people are expecting to have everything they want tomorrow. And this is not just in true crime, obviously, but just in general, there's this kind of numbing effect across the board that's maybe seeping into some of this in true crime as well.
No, see, it depends on the individual. If people are finding themselves
right.
desensitized, they need to step back,
You're correct, JC, right? Because I mean, technology. I mean, don't get me wrong. Technology sure has not helped because, and this is going to sound bad, but I got the husband. I told y'all I got him an Xbox a few years ago, and I have never seen so much shooting in my life that there is in that zombie game that he plays, and Call of Duty.
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I played
it's
See,
and
again, I think it depends on the
it's like,
individual.
but I mean, shit, the man's as old as he is. But I mean, you got kids playing this from what, age 10 up, because parents don't care and go buy this for these guys when they're children when it first comes out. That's like when Grand Theft Auto came out.
Yeah, I mean,
Running
it
over
all has
people.
an impact. I mean, just think about like what your kids are susceptible to witnessing on their, phone in their pocket. If
Yeah, every kid
anyone
reacts
jumps,
different.
like if you just jump onto Twitter these days and you find yourself in the wrong algorithm, you can find yourself watching people
Ugh,
dying in little
that's crazy.
10-second shorts, one after the other, like horrific accidents, people being murdered. And kids are watching stuff like this,
Yeah.
teenager. and they grow up, right? And they have relationships. And most people are kind of psychologically together enough to not let that affect them, but it's got to have an effect across the board, and people just being slightly numb to other human beings. It's got to be happening, right?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, everybody's different, and some people don't deal well with it like others, and it does have an effect on some people or a lot of people.
I mean,
Yeah.
like I said, I know when, like I said, Grand Theft Auto first came out. These kids it was more to the point of running over people than it was anything else and crashing cars.
Yeah.
You know, it was because you got points for killing people.
Well, see, my son played it, and I would talk to him and keep an eye on him, and he just liked driving the cars and souping them up, you know, and he had cheat codes, so you don't have to do bad things to get the stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, not all parents do that.
I know. And also,
You
my
know?
kid loved to go outside and play. He was so big into skateboarding and basketball and, you know, riding his
Mhm.
bike with his friends and stuff, like normal things, you know?
Yeah.
Like I said, I just don't think that. I agree. So the technology that we're, you know, I don't think there's enough precautions on some of this stuff that, like Rabbit said, if you get in the wrong algorithm, it
Yeah,
doesn't
that's
matter.
bad.
It doesn't matter
Social
what you're
media,
looking
it's a little bit twisted because social media is both the greatest thing and the worst thing going on in our
I
modern
agree.
time.
You don't get the front without the back, right?
Right.
You get both.
It's by its own definition, it's completely without proper regulation. It just can't be properly regulated because of the size of it. It's just impossible.
No, and then like, what was it? Nobody liked how YouTube and TikTok had their limitations, so they went and started Rumble that doesn't have any limit, you know. So even if there is some limitations, somebody may start a new one that has even less limitations on it.
Yeah, the genie's out of the bottle as regards all that. It's just going to, the problems that are there right now are just going to grow exponentially, and it's a bit depressing if you look at it like that. But
Well, yeah, when people start to become, you know what? Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I want to be rigid because there's a lot of things in the 50s that were not correct. But, excuse me, but there also were things that were good, you know? People used to look out for each other, you know? There was some kind of social awareness of what's acceptable and what's too far. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And instead of being exactly like the 50s, no, but you have to have some kind of accountability as a society and for yourself, and also to look after your fellow man if possible. Do you know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah.
But people,
Also,
they are too much for themselves.
and I think also there wasn't an expectation with kids that they could have everything they want right
Mhm.
now or tomorrow. And it sounds like we're kind of bitter about the times, but it's just true that these days kids have every expectation that if they want to be, they could be Miley Cyrus tomorrow. Like it's expected.
That's
You know,
unrealistic. If the kid feels that, I'd be worried.
right? Yeah.
You know?
I mean, that's obviously an exaggerated example, but you know what I mean? Like
no,
if,
but you got a good point. You can't coddle them and everything can't be handed to them. I hear you.
yeah, like any walk of life, you know, whatever desire that they have, it's their right to have it. Whereas in the past, it wasn't expected to be that easy, and people understood
Right,
that.
people need to earn it more, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to give you guys a for instance. There's a girl down here. Okay, it's been on our news. Young girl. She was talking to a man on, one of the apps. She met up with him. There happened to be a woman involved with the man. Okay. The girl was a teenage girl. She got dismembered and burnt in an incinerator.
Oh, God.
Okay. She thought she was hooking up with somebody,
Wow.
around her age, but no, that's not. It's still ain't figured out why they did what they did yet, but it's still in the news down here because they're still looking for
God.
possible bones at the dump site, but
Scary.
it is.
That is horrible. That people have become disposable is horrible.
Yeah.
That's what I mean about where's the accountability for yourself? And to some degree, there has to be some accountability in the sense of see something, say something, help if you can. If you can't, reach out to somebody who can. You know what I'm saying?
But see, then,
Yeah.
Instead, now people are pulling out their phones and taking videos. Like, what?
okay, but see,
You
then
know?
we're going to go back to this mess. All right? Like this channel. Then we'll go right back to this channel. We're calling out shit that's done, and people are being lied to, and people are being used, scammed, and all of this. But we're the haters over here. We're the abusers. We're the bullies. And all we are doing is standing up and saying facts.
Right. Say something, and prove it. And you prove it.
Okay?
We don't just throw it out there. There is proof.
So, like I said, it even falls back into this channel
Right.
that all we do is call out truth, what in the lies, and all we do is hate. And that's not what we do over here.
Well, see, I think that's manipulative talk when people say that because they don't like what scammer and bullshitter is going to like to be called out. They're not. So they're going to react in a childish manner with manipulative talk.
Mm-hmm.
And they're
So
going
like
to try to put their own spin on it like Merv does. That's
Well, I'm just
exactly
saying.
what she does.
That's happening to many channels on here. It's,
Yeah, see, that's
I'm not
good.
just saying this one, but I just use this one for an example. But how many have been shut down, that people didn't agree with? Because
Yeah, it's, we have freedom of speech here, and it's a shame that people abuse that. Whether they're behaving inappropriately and just running their mouth without facts and just being vicious. But if you're being responsible and you are showing the facts, you are entitled to your opinion, even if at times it's unflattering. But it's not rumor, it's not gossip. That's the big difference.
yeah, matter of fact, like that woman that kept her son locked up for 20 years and the other kids knew about it. Really?
Yeah, that was horrible. Did you hear
They're
about
all
that, Randy?
accountable.
Right? That's so sad.
Is this the
Yeah, I think
case?
it was-
Is this
This
the case
is the case
where?
in Connecticut. This is the case in Connecticut where the man had been locked up since he was 11, and he set the house on fire, set his room on fire.
So
Okay.
he could escape.
Okay, I heard about this earlier again. I was
I think it
I was
was like,
Go ahead, Ravid.
no, it's just it was the way someone was describing it was reminding me of that other case where the mother and one of her sons were essentially torturing the younger kid. That went to trial
Which-
about a year or two ago. But it's
No.
not that one. This is a different case.
No, this one it just happened in February
Yeah.
of this year
Yeah,
up in Connecticut.
wasn't he like 5'9" and he weighed only 68 pounds?
The
The boy.
stepmother, the boy went to school until he was 11, and the school kept turning him, telling
CPS or something like
CPS
protective.
and DCF and all that,
Yeah.
that the boy was not coming to school and that. They kept him locked up in the house until like a month ago. The boy set fire, he's a man now, set fire to the room that he had been locked in for 20 years.
Did he survive?
And
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
They saved him. And he's like 5'9", he weighs 68 pounds. He said he had to drink out of the toilet. They didn't give him enough water. And when he went to the bathroom, he had like a bottle he would use. So they treated him not like a beautiful little human child, but like you would not treat an animal this way. You would not even treat an animal like this. You would love the animal. You would love your kids. You'd love them like family. And this poor kid, I don't know what the hell they were thinking. They just treated him the most like, they were like savages. That's a good way to put it, the way they treated this poor kid. From 11 years old. Can you imagine?
Did the stepmother and the other kids survive the fire?
Yes.
Okay.
She didn't lock up the other kids. It was just this boy for some reason.
Yeah.
I think she didn't like him. Or I think the father didn't like him and she went along with it. It was something like that. Does
Hold
anybody
on.
know which it was?
Hold on.
Okay. What is the name of that other case you were mentioning?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of it. Give me a second. This was horrific.
Oh.
Give me a second.
Sure.
This is the one that we're talking. This is the one that happened that just come up in February.
There were some grave concerns about some of the conditions in the house. There were two occupants of the house, one being Kimberly Sullivan, the stepmother of the male victim. Officers and fire investigators quickly realized that there was a room in the house that appeared to have locks on it from the exterior portion of the house. They began to speak to the male victim, who disclosed that he was being held captive in the house for an extended period of time, approximately 20 years. The investigation began from that point. We worked closely with the State's Attorney's Office, Maureen Platt, as well as Assistant State's Attorney Don Thurkelson, because frankly, what was being reported was unfathomable to us at that point in time. Through those investigative meetings and through search warrants, we were able to seize physical evidence and conduct interviews and dig up some more information that corroborated the victim's story. This investigation, as the mayor points out, continues, is very open and very active. We were able to obtain arrest warrants for Kimberly Sullivan. She was arrested yesterday. She was arraigned in Waterbury Superior Court. She's currently being held on a $300,000 bond. At this point, I'll open the floor up for any questions.
The biological father, we've learned that he recently left the home, and our lawyer is saying that we need to look deeper into his part in all of this. When it comes to the investigation, Is he being held accountable at all?
The biological father is deceased and died in January of 2024. Prior to his
Oh my
death,
God.
he was wheelchair bound from some medical conditions.
Also, it was reported to the school system that this boy at the time, now 32-year-old man, he was starving, he was asking other kids for lunch. I mean, is this a failure on the school system that this matter was not taken more seriously?
So we're doing some background investigation. There are two incidents that we had within our computer system of dealing with that address and with the family back in 2005. One was a request from DCF to do a welfare check at the location because children that the victim was familiar with hadn't seen him and they were concerned about him. Officers went to the house. The house was clean. It was lived in. They spoke to the victim at that point in time, and there were no cause for any alarm or any conditions that existed that would have led officers to believe anything other than a normal childhood and a normal family existence was occurring. But that was reported back to DCF, and that was the last that we were involved in that particular investigation. We were called back to the house in the latter part of April by the family who wanted to file a harassment complaint against members of the school district, saying that they were continuously reporting them to DCF and felt that they were trying to get the family in trouble and have the family investigated. We have no further information about where that went, other than there was no proof provided by the family that there was any type of harassment that was occurring. As far as the school district's concerned, we are looking at those records now. We're working with DCF to look at records that they may have from previous investigations, and that's part of the ongoing investigation.
But Chief, if people were filing complaints, even if it was with DCF continuously, as the family, I guess, alleged, was there more contact from DCF, and do you know anything about how that would go?
So the only contact we had was back in April of 2005 when we were notified to conduct that welfare check. And again, we're looking for those records now to determine where that investigation may have gone, but there was no further reported information to the Waterbury Police Department.
So when you had an officer go out there that first time, you're saying everything looked normal, it looked like a normal childhood, but the school district, the principal told us that the child looked really small, malnourished, was drinking from a urinal at school, was taking kids' food. So, I mean, with all that information, the officer still concluded that the child was safe at that time?
Well, the officer didn't have that information. So this former principal is now disclosing all this information. And I believe in the news clips I've reviewed that he was making calls to DCF and other agencies. Waterbury Police were never notified by this particular principal about those conditions. So this is all information that is coming out now as this case unfolds.
I believe he said he called police, but you have no record of that.
Well, I believe he's wrong if that's what he said, because there is no record of it.
Can you talk about, you said that there was some evidence that corroborates the story of the gentleman. Can you talk any more about what that is, or how do you go about corroborating a story like this that's so extraordinary?
Right. So there's some physical evidence that was seized from the house that does corroborate the fact that that room did have exterior locks on it and a number of different styles of exterior locks, as was explained during an interview with the victim throughout the years. It appeared that the locks increased in security levels as time progressed, and obviously he became older and maybe a little bit stronger. So that's certainly one component, and then there's other components of the fire investigation that are part of the evidence package as well.
And I'm sorry if you said this, but were these the only two individuals living in that home?
Yes, there were two siblings. They were in and out of the home, but they have since moved out.
So say DCF had all this information, the principal's saying, they don't share any of that with police?
You're going to have to talk to DCF about what their protocol is on when they share information with police. DCF does work closely with police departments and provides a lot.
Who thinks they failed that boy, that man now?
I think everybody did.
Wow, it's horrific.
Where are the family members? Why didn't anybody notice the boy missing? Like they keep saying schools, but what about family members? What about the neighborhood? Like, well, I know there's a kid that lives there, but I never see him leave the house.
Well,
You
the
see
one
what I
neighbor
mean?
said he just moved in 10 years ago and had no idea.
Well, that's different if he didn't know, but
I'm just saying like I said, the one neighbor says he
yeah.
said that. The
Isn't that
school,
scary to live
there's
nearby and not know what's going on?
the school there's a report up from the principal at that school that says he constantly contacted DCF and all that. The police there, you guys just heard, says that they say he's misinformed.
Huh. That the principal is misinformed?
Yep.
Sounds like CYA to me.
And that
If
boy,
that's
well,
true.
the man has been missing since he was 11. He is now 32.
That's heartbreaking.
Okay.
I feel like that young man, honestly, and don't laugh, but I feel like he needs a good clean shower, good clean clothes, a safe, cozy bed, and give him some toys like puzzles and games, and just let him decompress, just let him breathe a little bit. Because this is a little boy, really, It's so heartbreaking. I'm not saying to leave him like that, but just give him some time to breathe a little, It's so sad.
Well, somebody's covering their ass somewhere.
And then that kid's going to need so much help because, he's so behind the 8 ball.
The stepmother is saying
and,
the stepmother has since bonded out.
oh my
And she
God.
is saying that she was only following her husband's orders.
Oh, come on. The guy's dead. Think
Yes.
for yourself. Well,
The man's been dead for over a year. How can she still be followed?
It's an excuse for not taking accountability. Oh, I was just following his wishes. As if she doesn't have to explain that. Where's your lack of humanity? Where's your heart? Where's your conscience? Where's your damn soul, for God's sake?
Where's the other siblings' conscience and soul, because they were in that house and knew he was there?
Well, there you go. There you go.
I mean, he literally had either brothers or sisters, and they just left him there.
Oh my God, that's so cruel. That's it. The husband passed out someone. This is why I don't understand what's happening with people. Like, how do you just not have a conscience?
Yeah, he's the boy. I don't know if you want to call him. I think he's a boy because, he didn't have. He said there was a radio that sat outside the room that he could listen. That she had it turned to. That he could listen to. He only got a couple books a year that he got to read, but he set fire to the room with hand sanitizer and a lighter.
But can you picture an 11-year-old boy just sitting in there with no hope and no help? That's really devastating.
It reminds me of the Letitia Stout case in a way. I don't know if you guys followed that.
Yeah, we did. I did.
I didn't really. But
that's the one that murdered her stepson. Isn't that the one that dropped him off the bridge down there in Florida?
I've only heard bits and pieces of it. Why? What was her ridiculous reason? Because there is no reason. But
the only tangible reason that was ever hinted at is that she was jealous of her husband in his relationship with the kid's actual mother.
Oh my God.
But again, it's another one of these cases where you have audio of the poor kid begging her to stop and actually apologizing to her, like hours
Oh,
before
God.
she killed him.
Oh my God. Why don't they just leave? If you're not happy with the situation, leave, for God's sake, people. Why don't they leave?
Yeah, that was brutal, that one.
Well, they did say
You
they're
know,
going to check.
remember what Gandhi said? He said, if you can't help someone, at least don't hurt them. You know, if people could just do that, that would be amazing.
Well, they did say they're going to check into. They want them to check into how the actual father died a year ago,
Mm.
because now they're kind of curious if there may have been some mistreatment there since he was in a wheelchair. Like I said, that's in Waterbury, Connecticut.
Every chance. It's like some of these cases where you have someone in the family has got caught poisoning someone to death, and it finally comes out, and then they start looking at previous deaths in the family,
Mm-hmm.
and very often they've done the same thing in the
Right.
past.
But, yeah, there's more than one. You're right. It's so sick.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes the only reason is money.
Money or jealousy or something, or they feel inadequate. I don't know. It just, people like us, we won't understand, you know, like how they think, but it will never really make sense, you know, like for them, like you're saying, it could be money, where we'll never understand, like, how could you kill someone for money? But for them, no big deal, you know?
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's scary that some people think like that, that money or something material or your ego is more important than another person's life. I mean,
Yeah,
there's
I
so many
felt that.
people that want children, you know? He set the fire, Beth, because he wanted out. He wanted out of that room. He wasn't trying to burn the place down. He wanted freedom. Can you imagine being, what, he'd be like 30, 31, something around there,
I think
and
he's like,
being
I
stuck
think
in a
he's
room?
31 or 32 now.
Yeah, and being stuck in a room, the same room since you were little. You don't even get out to use the bathroom. I don't know how that kid must be a really strong person. And for him to think of that, to escape, you know, oh my God.
Well, figure
You
this
know,
way,
it shows he has resolve.
he was willing to burn to death to get out of there.
It shows he hasn't given up. He was willing to die for his freedom. He was not giving
Yep.
up. And that's commendable. You know, that he didn't give up. That's what I mean. I know, that's what I was thinking, Jay, that mentally he's 11. That's why I was like, give him some toys and clean clothes and a clean bed and just let him be happy and breathe a little bit. You know, he ain't going to hurt nobody having some downtime.
Yeah,
He
I think that'll
deserves
be
it. He never
I
got to
think
be a
that'll be a
kid,
good
right?
trial to follow when it comes up.
Yeah, Denise, he was like 67, 68 pounds, very, you know, and he was 5'9". I mean, he's lucky he's alive, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't even weigh enough.
So I said, there's just a lot of crazy, like I said,
Evil.
seeing that one and then knowing about the teenage girl down here that they chopped
Oh.
up and put. It's
Oh
just
my God. And how old were the people who chopped her up? Were they young?
no,
Oh. Well,
no.
what about these parents killing kids, kids killing parents? It's like, oh my God, the world's going crazy. What do you think of that, Rabbit?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we might have to start watching some cute kitten videos after this. It's so depressing.
Exactly. Exactly. That's
It's
what we
hard.
do. When it gets heavy, we start throwing in something silly. Now you see why we have peanut butter jelly time and goofy stuff?
You have
Because
to,
it
right?
does get heavy.
You have
Put
to.
some camel toe there. How about that camel song for it? That usually gets people laughing. Or whatever you got there. Something happy. Hmm. Oh my goodness, Stacey Ray is asking if you could sing for us, Rabbit. Oh.
You're a beautiful girl.
What did I do?
And your pants are on so tight.
Not that them asking the poor guy to sing and put him on the spot. Stacey Ray, you're so funny.
It's nothing like putting a man on the spot now, is it?
They just like to ask. They just like to ask. No, I won't.
Well, at least it's nice things being said, you know? So that's
Yeah.
a good thing.
Yeah.
Oh my stars.
And your pants are on so tight that when you stand just
I
right,
have no idea
I
where
can
it
see
came from. Like
it
rabbit
all.
might know. It came from the costume.
We're on the beach, and your bikini soaking wet. I see a fuzzy silhouette as I look down below. I see your camel toe, your biscuit, your cleavage. I see your booter cleavage, your monkey, your muffin. You ain't hiding nothing. Your coochie, your flapper, you're showing off your snapper. Your camel toe, it looks alright, so baby let it show. Looks like a big taco. I see your camel toe. Madame, voila, les bearded clown. I could really go for a sideways sloppy Joe or a tuna casserole. Baby, don't you know? I never thought I'd see so much of your anatomy. Your jeans are so tight, I'm learning gynecology. I see your camel toe, your labia, your vulva. Ooh, you know I love you. Your venda, vagina, nothing could be finer. It's furry, it's puffy, looking kind of puffy. Your camel toe, it looks alright, so baby let it show. Looks like a big taco. I see your camel toe. Madame, voila, les bearded clown. Your biscuit, your cleavage. I see your booter cleavage. Your monkey, your muffin. You ain't hiding nothing. Your coochie, your flapper. You're showing off your snapper. Your camel toe. It looks alright, so baby let it show. Looks like a big taco. I see your camel toe.
Oh God. Funny and gross
Yeah.
at the same time.
I have no idea who did that. I just remember the first time I seen it was on Natasha's.
Yeah.
Do you know that actual video of her walking into the store, if I'm not mistaken, and if I am, please let me know, I thought Jimmy filmed that of her walking
did.
into the store. Oh, okay. Clearly not the song, but the footage. He filmed it. Isn't that
He
ironic?
did. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's too crazy. Well, you could thank Jiminy Cricket for that, Merv. You picked him.
Well, I don't know if it was, actually, I don't know if it was him or if she had her cam on setting up there, but we know she
Oh,
was
like
in
she
the
forgot
passenger.
to turn it off?
Well, we know she was in the passenger seat.
So, like, she forgot to turn off her camera?
No, I'm thinking Jimmy filmed it, to be honest.
Ooh, a little passive aggressive getting even there, huh? Too funny. Oh my gosh. I mean, but you see, it's like, why hide? You know, just be you. You know? Oh my goodness. People need to just be able to be themselves. And other people need to just let people be themselves as long as they're not hurting anybody else or hurting themselves, right? If only.
I mean, really, if I could stand up here and do peanut butter and jelly and have y'all laugh at me and dance, I mean, really? Okay.
Oh, Miss, yeah, but you got them sexy legs, Florida. You're gonna be like Tina Turner with your sexy legs.
You all just like seeing my tattoos.
She got one on her leg.
I got one on both legs.
Well, yeah, each leg. That's what I meant. Oh. But hey, know any jokes, Rabbit?
No.
I think Rabbit's
suck
getting
at
tired,
comedy.
isn't he?
What's that?
I said, I think Rabbit's getting tired on us.
Yeah, I was just about to say I need to jump down now, guys. But listen, thanks for having me up. It's always interesting.
Oh my God, we love
You're
having
always
you. You're so
welcome, Rabbit.
nice. Yeah, it's like 6:30 in the morning by you, right?
Right? I don't do this often.
Oh wow.
Like I said,
Well,
I can't.
you're a sweetie for staying and hanging with us so long. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right,
And we'll
guys.
see you. We'll be popping over, checking out what you got going on there.
Yeah, I'll have something going on, I'm sure.
I'm definitely going to keep an eye on that case up in Connecticut because it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a look at that actually.
Well, Rabbit, you go ahead to bed and you get some rest and sweet dreams to you, and hope you have a wonderful day.
You too.
Hey-
Enjoy the
hey,
weekend,
Rabbit.
guys.
Hey, Rabbit,
Oh,
I
he
will
left
say
that.
this. There is a clip in there, probably 10 or 15 minutes, of the principal that was the school that the kid went to is closed now,
Mm-hmm.
but the principal that was there has, like I said, a 10 or 15-minute video of them interviewing him.
Okay.
So
And that's
It
on
does.
that channel.
Well, it's just on YouTube. I just put it,
Oh, okay.
it's all over. Like I said, it's all over YouTube.
What's
with
the name? Do you have the name?
I
Like,
sent it
what's
to
the
you
name
the
of the
other
kid?
day. Because, like I said, I just put in, well, I know the damn case because it's Waterbury, Connecticut.
Or just email the link to me.
Okay. I can do that. All right.
Yeah, and I'll
do
get
that.
you that name for that link I put that you weren't able to look at. Maybe you could look them up by name.
Yeah, I've got the name
So-
there.
Well, sleep well, Rabbit.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Good
Talk
night,
to you later.
Rabbit. Thanks for coming
You
over.
too.
You're welcome. Good night.
Yes, it was good
Night.
having you. I like talking with him. He's like, interacting and stuff. It's interesting.
I know.
I like to get different opinions and stuff. And I am really trying to follow the chat. And if I miss some comments, I'm sorry.
What was
But
that?
I do try to follow it.
I had it the other night.
Not really. I'm sorry, what?
I said, what was that woman's name? I had it the other night.
Which woman?
The
Oh, he's
one,
saying goodnight in the chat. How sweet. Very thoughtful. Which woman, Flor? The one? Are you
the
all
one
right?
that,
Because I have different info here. I've been jotting down. There's the Waterbury, Connecticut. What is what? Is that where the girls are, or is that
no,
where the
that's where
boys?
the house fire was.
Oh, so that's for the 11-year-old trapped
Yeah,
20 years. Okay. Oh
yeah.
God.
Like I said, I had her
And
name
then
the other night.
the 3 girls were in Ohio, correct? There's something about 3 girls in Ohio.
There's no
Someone
about
had
3
mentioned
girls
that.
in Ohio.
I thought I saw that in the chat somewhere. All right, who's Shanda Vander Ark? The poor. Well, I don't know if I want to read about that poor girl that got mutilated, but where's that? What's that one? Ah, Mary, dream of me, rabbit. Oh, that poor girl that got mutilated and dismembered. Where was that?
In Florida.
Oh, Jason. Oh God, that was in Florida. Oh my God.
Yeah, that was her.
What was her name? Do you remember?
Oh, I'd have to go in and look.
That's okay.
I
I
mean,
know
I
we were
just saw
talking
her on the
about.
news. I just seen it on the news again tonight.
Oh, okay. And
Pressing.
Daisy Ray, you said it was years ago, that case. Which case? The girls in Ohio, or who was Shanda Vander Ark? I got that out of chat. It's hard to keep a lot of different things going at once, so I am trying, but I was trying to write stuff down, but I got it kind of confused. All right, so Shanda Vander Ark is years ago. And what'd she do? Well, I guess I can just look up her name. But the 3 girls in Ohio, I saw that somewhere. Well, okay, camps in the drone. Oh, thanks, Beth. Oh, it's nice. Pop, pop, pop. There it goes.
Gonna say
Oh.
Beth's probably right on it and got names.
Well, she got the info about the 11-year-old boy, so thank you, Beth. Worst treatment in humanity. Oh my God, this is so horrible.
Cause she's quicker at looking it up than I am.
So sad. I do think of him like a little boy. He is and he isn't. You know what I mean? He's like a little boy trapped in a man's body. But he seems to be intelligent that he would make himself read the books and stuff. So that's like a good thing, right?
Yeah. He said that's the way he kept himself educated. Taught himself to read with, I think, a dictionary, and she would give him a few books a year. But this is exactly why I don't like watching the news, to be honest with y'all.
Me either. It's a lot of terrible things. Just like, just like Rabbit said, that's why I was like, yes, that's what we do. We try to have lighter moments after that. But I know tonight we were a little bit heavier than usual. But what do you guys think? Wasn't that really interesting, discussing things, and having Rabbit over here? Because I like getting different perspectives, right, Florida? It's good to think and form your own opinions based on stuff. Oh, JC Ray says, don't look at Shanda Van. Oh, God. Don't do it.
Yes, what y'all think about having Rabbit as a guest tonight?
He's such a lovely person. He's got such nice manners, doesn't he?
I mean, I love it because he said it. He admitted that, he's going to have to change his way of thinking about Sarah Boone.
Well, that's it. See, he's got an open mind where if there's evidence or things to think about, he's willing to consider it. Yes, he is. See, Davida said, great, he is a nice guy. I know, right? He seems so well mannered and polite to me, like a gentleman. That's how I believe it. Yes, he has a wonderful voice too, but he's also a very nice person.
And he,
Everybody loves listening, even if he looks like a foot, JC Ray said.
yeah, even if he looks like a foot.
Well, he has a great sense of humor. He made that picture that instead of a head, he put a foot. That was funny.
Actually, the picture he put was a foot on a foot.
Was it? I thought it was a foot on a body.
No, it was a foot on a foot.
That's funny. Oh my gosh.
But
Oh my God, Destin, probably. Dylan and Bethany's text messages have been released on the Ida 4. Oh no, we didn't see the documents. The Idaho 4 case, Dylan and Bethany's text messages. I gotta write that down. Because we don't really do true crime in here, but, sometimes we change topics at times. Yes, he likes to have civilized discussions. Exactly. That's what was enjoyable, right?
well, the only reason we got so far
at that
into that case tonight was discussing the Maya channel over on Rumble.
Yeah, well, that's important too, because it's so unfair for Merv to be taking down channels. YouTube is big enough for multiple people, Merv. You don't have to act out like a 2-year-old and be so vicious. And you talk about your channel, you act like you're the only one who cares about having a channel. What about these people whose channel you took down? What about them? Why are you better than them that their channel should be gone and you stay with your channel? That's just wrong.
Yeah, what about that? What about their income? What about their right to free speech? What about, their anonymity because you want to see who's behind it?
It's none of your business, Merv. That's how you get yourself into this mess, because you can't mind your business. Oh, and the 911 call. I have to look into that just because it's, interesting about the Idaho 4. That's so sad, these poor people. Yeah. I don't know. Some people left. I didn't see them say goodbye. I hope I didn't miss it.
Well, a couple people did. They were going to bed and some storms were over, so.
Well, some I seen. I'm not
Hi,
sure if I seen
Diamond.
everybody. Hi, Diamond. That's
Diamond, I
okay.
have no idea.
Replay.
That's
So.
crazy.
Wow. Tell me why someone would search me out and unsubscribe. Oh, I don't know why, Diamond. You know what? Let me see something.
What is Merb going through and taking over troll channel, unsubscribing over troll channels?
Oh, I'm already subscribed. Otherwise, I would have subscribed to get you back to 200, but I'm already a subscriber, Diamond.
Yeah. So I guess we're going to have to look.
Oh, Diamond, I'm
That
sorry.
didn't make any sense.
I went to look at your channel, but I'm already a subscriber. If I wasn't subscribed already, I would have subscribed. Well, don't let it hurt your feelings. You know what? You'll get someone else come back. If anybody on here would like to subscribe to Diamond for her channel, let me go get her channel link, and then you can make your own decision if you'd like to subscribe. I am. I'm going to go get her channel. Well, it is weird for somebody to seek you out just to do that. I don't know.
It is. Especially when somebody can't seem to lose any when we know her sub count sucks. Irene's gonna drop her link in.
Yeah, and I just clicked on any video just to give you the channel.
All you
So
had to do
it'll
was
take
go
you
on the
right.
main page.
Ah, Jay, you're awesome. Oh, look at the three of us. Boom, boom, boom. There we go.
Wow.
Haha, everybody's
go.
on it. Oh, Valerie, thank you. I mean, I don't want anybody to feel like you have to, but if you want to, there you go. Oh, no,
Looky there.
Diamond, we didn't think you were blaming anybody. Oh, 200 felt like a milestone for you. Oh, look, you might be back at 200. You did beat me, JC Ray. You got it.
Diamond,
You
you're
got
at
it. You beat me. What is she at?
206.
There you go, Diamond, 206. See what happens when you share your feelings? Awesome. Woo, woo, woo.
208.
Hooray. 208. All right, Diamond. Yay. Oh, see, that's nice.
See?
See, it's nice to be nice. Aw.
Now she's up over
Hooray.
200.
There you go. So you kicked that milestone's butt. Bam.
Yep, sure did.
Yay. Yeah, I was already a sub too. Ooh.
Well, I thought I was, so I subbed too. I thought I was already.
Yeah, look at JC Ray go. Woo for JC Ray too.
JC Ray's learning.
What the heck? Oh.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I hear people saying that they get unsubbed all the time. To be honest, I mean, people say that they go in and aren't getting notifications, and they find out they're not subbed, and they knew they weren't a channel.
Sometimes if you are subbed and you're still not getting the notifications, you know that little bell where it says subscribe? Pick none and then go back and pick all. And sometimes doing that, I don't know, maybe resets it or something.
Hey, I have an idea. We got 98 people in here. Irene?
Yes.
You want to come back tonight?
Why not? I'm game. I'm game. I'm game. I love coming here with everybody. You never know what's going to happen and what to expect, and it's always a good thing.
Okay, so, well, I've already played our good night song, men. So
Be polite.
Let's say our good nights to everyone, and thank you all for coming in, and we will see you tonight. How's that?
Yes, have a wonderful night, everybody. And, well, morning, I guess. Yeah, morning, technically. See you later.
See, that's why I'm happy with the ones that choose to be here. They choose to be here. I'd rather have the ones that want to be here and have a good time with us and enjoy our company than have thousands.
Well, that's the way it should be. Be here because you want to be, not because you're summoned. Quick, call them up. Get them over here. We don't want that.
No. So.
And Diamond says she only does shorts now. Okay. Thanks,
Cool.
Diamond. I hope you feel better.
But since I'm
all
feeling
right,
a little,
everyone. We'll see you tonight.
We'll be back tonight, probably about 10 o'clock. So.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Everyone, please,
good night.
Everyone, please keep Deb in your thoughts and prayers.
Yeah.
Her husband and her son and their son, because y'all know that they're up in, they've been away from home since Thanksgiving with some health issues. So but we will see you
Mhm.
tonight. And we are better together.
That's it. Oh, no worries, Diamond. Maybe we'll see you tonight.
It's all right, Diamond. We'll be back tonight. Like I said,
Yep.
probably about the same time. So we will see everyone tonight. Good night, everyone, and thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you. And good night, everyone. And good night, Flora.
Good night.
Bye-bye.